We are back here again today to continue the evidence in the matter of State of Connecticut versus Raul Valle. It is my understanding that the state intends to call a witness who also has an agreement. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, so at this point in time, we would be moving forward with a similar type of canvass that we did yesterday for reasons that were placed on the record yesterday.
Okay.
Similar reasons. So why don't we go ahead and call that witness in?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Please take a step up into the witness box. Please remain standing. Our clerk is going to push my away. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, and address for the record.
Tyler Silva, TDY.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Good morning, Tyler.
Good morning.
I just have to ask you a few questions about the agreement you have with the state of Connecticut, okay? If I may approach the witness, Your Honor. Showing you the mark of the state's exhibit 96 for identification purposes. Do you recognize state's 96?
Yes.
And what is state's 96?
The agreement between the state of Connecticut, me and my attorney.
And was this agreement signed by you and your lawyer and your parents on or about December 6th, 2022?
Yes, it was.
And what is your understanding about your agreement with the state of Connecticut?
If I comply with anything you need, I give you a full interview and testimony of fully the truth of what my knowledge what happened that night. You do not prosecute me.
And is the agreement that in consideration for your information during the investigation, during any potential hearing, trial, grand jury, you're to provide truthful testimony in consideration for that? You would not be prosecuted for anything that you were associated with on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that some of those charges could have included conspiracy to commit assault in the first degree, potentially conspiracy to commit murder, all of which could have exposed you to in excess of 60 years in prison?
Yes.
And of course, you being a minor at the time would have subjected you to special parole considerations with regards to those charges as well?
Yes.
Is it also your understanding that if you are not, during the pendency of this agreement with the state of Connecticut, in addition to your truthful testimony, you were not to commit any further crime or crimes, and if you were to commit those crimes, that this could break the agreement, you could be prosecuted?
Yes.
And is it also your understanding that this agreement would last up and until the full conclusion of this case, State versus Raul Valle, that being either change of plea after in front of a court, or verdict after a trial, or a retrial after a remand? Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And if you break this agreement with regards to your testimony or evidence that you supplied with the state of Connecticut on a prior occasion, is it also your understanding that if the agreement was broken, that evidence could be used against you at any subsequent trial?
Yes.
Is that sufficient for the court's
It is for the court. I'll inquire of defense attorney. Attorney Smith, does that canvas as well as the written document provide a clear understanding of the disclosure of the nature of the agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Attorney Smith, one more question before the jury comes in, just in case there is an offer to use this exhibit on direct. My question is, do you intend to cross-examine the witness in front of the jury regarding the terms of the cooperation agreement?
Yes, I would, Your Honor, and I would have no objection to the state using that during its direct.
All right, thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. All right, so keeping in line with the procedure that we have been using here, I am going to ask the witness to leave the stand and please remove himself from the courtroom, and we'll call him back to the stand in the presence of the jury, and we will place him under oath in the presence of the jury so that the jury does not have any confusion relative to this witness being here on the stand. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, counsel, anything further before we bring the jury in this morning?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Not from the defense.
Anybody else? Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We are prepared to move forward with the evidence this morning. Counsel, please confirm on the record that all jurors are here.
The state would stipulate to the presence of the jury.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
We are prepared, Your Honor. The state would call Tyler DASILVA to the stand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please enter the witness box. Remain standing until this time to place your adjourned for purposes of your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, and address for the record.
Tyler DaSilva, CYLDRDASILVA.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Tyler. Tyler, how old are you?
20.
Do you go to school?
Yes, I do.
Where do you go to school?
University of Dayton.
And what are you studying?
Entrepreneurship business.
Are you playing any sports there?
I'm not.
And do you know why you're here today?
I do.
Why are you here today?
What happened today?
What night? Do you remember?
The 14th.
22? On a prior occasion, prior to your testimony today, have we met before?
We have.
About how many times would you say?
3 times.
And prior to that, did you, through your lawyer, approach the state of Connecticut in connection to this case? And can you please describe how that occurred?
My attorney approached the state of Connecticut to come to agreement with them that if I came in and gave a statement fully of the truth, to my knowledge of what happened that night, I would not be prosecuted.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Tyler, just do me a favor. Just stick closer to that microphone, keep your voice up, because ladies and gentlemen can hear you, okay? Tyler, I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 96 for identification purposes. Do you recognize State's 96?
I do.
And what is State's 96?
It's a agreement.
And is this the agreement concerning prosecution and consideration for your testimony concerning State versus Raul Valle?
It is.
Is this agreement executed between you and the State of Connecticut, signed by your lawyer and your parents on or about December 6th of 2022?
It was.
Does this agreement encompass the entire agreement that is your understanding between yourself and the state of Connecticut concerning this case?
It does.
State office is a full exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Court will accept into evidence states 96 full. Thank you.
Okay. Now, with regards to that cooperation agreement, just so we're clear, what is your understanding of the agreement?
My understanding of the agreement is basically I'm going to give my story, what I remember from that night, fully truthfully, and I won't get prosecuted for anything.
And potentially, if you don't, if you deviate from what you've told anybody with regards to this case, what could happen? Is your understanding? And could your statements that you have given during the investigation and in addition to your testimony today be used against you if charges were brought against you and you were prosecuted?
Yeah.
Now, I want to direct your attention, withdrawn. Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Jack SNYDER?
I am.
How are you familiar with Jack SNYDER?
He's one of my friends and I classmate at St. Joe's.
And St. Joseph's High School?
Yes.
Where is that located?
Trumbull, Connecticut.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Raul Valle?
I am.
And how are you familiar with Raul Valle?
I was a classmate at St. Joe's and I grew up playing football with him in Milford.
And does he have a nickname?
Lido.
And is he present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And what is he wearing?
Black suit.
And can you please point him out for the record? May the witness, record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in this case, Your Honor?
The court will allow the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valle.
Thank you. Now, directing your attention to May 14th of 2022, how old were you back then?
17.
And were you in school?
I was.
What school were you in?
St. Joseph High School.
What year were you in St. Joe's?
My junior year.
And did you play any sports?
I played football.
And I want to direct your attention to Lazy Brook Road. Prior to going, did you go to Lazy Brook Road that night?
Did.
Prior to going to Lazy Brook Road that night, where were you?
My house.
And at some point in time, were you picked up?
I was.
Who picked you up?
Jack SNYDER.
And when Jack picked you up, what time of day was it? Do you recall?
From 7:38.
And when you got into Jack's car, did you bring anything with you?
2 bottles of liqueur called Kinky,
And what is that? What is kinky?
just like an alcohol.
And you brought that from, where did you bring that from, your house?
No, I got it from a liquor store.
And when you got into the car, had you already been drinking alcohol at that point in time?
I had a couple sips of the Kinky.
And when you got into the car, did you drink when you were in the car?
Yeah, a little bit.
And when you got in the car, did you go right over to Lazy Brook when Jack picked you up?
No,
Where did you go?
I went to Lido's house.
And when you went to Lito's house, who did you pick up?
Lido, his girlfriend at the time,
And who was his girlfriend at the time?
MACKENZIE, TRAFECANTE.
And when you were in the car after you picked Lito and the defendant MACKENZIE up, was everybody drinking in the car?
Somewhat, yeah.
And when you say somewhat, what do you mean by that?
Like we had a couple sips of the Kinky. Not much though.
You weren't like,
No one was
taking
chugging.
huge chugs, okay. And was Jack drinking at the time, do you recall?
Not that I recall.
So you, MACKENZIE, and the defendant were drinking?
Yes.
And after Jack picked up the defendant and MACKENZIE, where did you go from Lito's house?
Lazy Brook.
And when you got to Lazy Brook, what kind of party was that?
Your usual high school party.
Can you explain what the usual high school party is to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yeah, so it was all St. Joe's kids. Your get together, beer pong, drinks, talking, socializing. Just your high school party.
So when you got to the party, how many kids would you say were there?
Say around 40 people.
And alcohol was being consumed?
Yes.
And when you got there, did you drink alcohol while you were there?
I did.
Did Jack drink alcohol while he was
did.
there? Did the defendant drink alcohol while he was there?
You did.
MACKENZIE?
She did.
Did you see most of your friends drinking alcohol there?
Yes, I did.
And when you say beer pong, what is beer pong?
You take ping pongs, you set up these cups and you throw them into the cups.
And if you get it in the cup, what happens?
Usually you fill them with water so you don't actually drink right out of the cup, but then you take a sip of your beer.
But it's a drinking game, right?
Yes.
At some point in the night, you said you had 2 bottles with you?
I did.
And did the bottles have a specific color?
Yeah, there's one that was pink and one that was blue.
And when you were at Lazy Brook, was there an occasion where, withdrawn, when you were at Lazy Brook, was it all people from St. Joseph's High School at that party?
That I knew of, yeah.
So you were familiar with most of the people there?
Yes, I was.
At some point in time, did a couple individuals show up that weren't from St. Joseph's High School?
Yes.
Can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that happened?
One at a time, 2 individuals came up, said they were invited to the party of the younger son of Maddie Leifer, who was having the party. And basically, she said they couldn't come in because there's way too many people already. And said, can you just tell them to leave? So we went over to them outside and told them to leave, which proceeded to like an altercation.
So when you say we, who are you talking about?
Me, Jack SNYDER, Raul Valle.
And do you recall what you were wearing that night?
I was wearing a Ole Miss like baseball jersey.
And do you recall what kind of, did you have shorts on, pants on? What did you have on?
I believe I had short. I don't.
You don't recall? That's okay. Do you recall what the defendant was wearing?
I was wearing an Ole Miss t-shirt.
What color?
Blue.
And at some point in time, you talked to the 2 individuals that were at the party.
Yeah.
What, if anything, did you observe? Withdrawn. What kind of things were you saying to them when they came in?
We told them they couldn't come in. They argued with us, saying they were invited by Austin. We said it doesn't matter. His sister doesn't want you here. Proceeded to more of an argument. We were kind of exchanging words, saying, get out of here, fuck you guys. And then eventually, Jack SNYDER actually went over and took their beer. And it got a little more heated. He was like, I'm not leaving until you give me my beer. I'm like, no, you're not giving it back. And it led to a fight
So where did the fight take place?
on the driveway.
And do you recall, who was involved in the fight just before it started? Like who was there? Tell us the scene. Who's where?
So Jack SNYDER was facing one of the Shelton kids, almost squaring up. The defendant, Lito, was almost like kind of behind him, to the side of him, and I was like behind Jack SNYDER.
And do you recall did the fight at some point start?
Yes.
How do you recall the fight starting?
What I recalled was Jack SNYDER threw a punch at the kid, and then they began to fight. The defendant came from the side and sucker punched him, and then he ended up almost like falling down into a corner, and I actually came in and threw a couple punches myself. Where then, when I was standing over him, it was began to be broken up. The defendant was wearing a motorcycle helmet, and he, out all fierce, like headbutted him down.
Did he headbutt him more than once?
I only saw one time.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 53. You recognize State's 53?
Yes.
What is this a picture of?
Jack SNYDER in the red, Lito in the blue with the helmet on, and he has the kinky bottle in his hand.
So the helmet that he has on in this picture, is that the same helmet that you saw him headbutt the Shelton kid with that night?
Yes.
That blue kinky bottle that he has in his hand, is that one of the bottles that you brought that night?
Yes.
Now, do you recall seeing the video of the fight?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Could you just reference the exhibit number?
I'm sorry, yes, Your Honor, this was State's Exhibit 58. that
Thank
was displayed for the jury. Now, you indicated a few moments ago that you recall Jack Snyder hitting the Shelton kid first.
Yeah.
In that video, does that refresh your recollection as to actually how the fight started?
I mean, in that video, I see the defendant hitting him first.
But that's not how you remember it?
No, it's not.
Now, at some point, how long would you say this fight lasted for?
In my head, probably 15, 16 seconds.
And after the fight ended, what happened next?
Got broken up. He kind of got up. His nose was bleeding a little bit. Words got exchanged, but then they evidently just left. They walked down the hill.
Now, that fight that happened at Lazy Brook, for all intents and purposes, would you characterize that fight as you, Jack, and the defendant on the one Shelton kid?
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not the Shelton kid had any weapons on him at the party that night?
You're not.
Now, after the fight ended, at some point in time, did the party continue a little bit?
It did.
For about how long, would you say?
30, 45 minutes.
And then at some point in time, did the party end?
It did.
Why did the party end?
The mother came down, shut it off, basically told everyone to get out of the house.
And did you, in fact, leave Lazy Brook Road after that?
We did.
And how did you leave Lazy Brook Road?
So when we were told to leave, like everyone else, we all went down into the road. There's a lot of cars there for people that were there, so everyone was kind of in the cars hanging out. We actually looked to go to another party. There's nothing else going on. And we were thinking about driving somewhere to figure out what we were going to do until a group chat started.
Okay, now, did the group chat that you just mentioned, did that start before or after you got in the car? If you can recall.
Let's say after.
Okay, now, did you get in the car at some point?
I did.
Whose car did you get in?
Jack Schneider's.
Show you State's Exhibit 30. Is that Jack Snyder's car?
It is.
And when you got in Jack Snyder's car, where did you get in the car?
The passenger seat.
The front passenger seat? Did anybody else get in the car with you?
Yeah.
Who?
The defendant, Lido, Mackenzie, Will Singlewald, Dimitri, and Keenan Frazier.
And who was driving?
Jack was.
So there were 7 of you in the car?
Yes.
Do you recall where the defendant was sitting when he was initially in the car from Lazy Brook?
What I recall is he was sitting behind the driver's seat.
Okay. And do you recall who else was in the back seat?
Mackenzie, Will, and Keenan
And where was Dimitri seated?
in the trunk.
In the trunk area? Okay. Now, at some point in time when you're in the car, group chat starts. What kind of group chat is this? Did it have a name?
Not that I remembered what the name was, but it was kind of just a group chat of a bunch of Shelton kids and St. Joe's kids all intertwined.
And were you added to the group chat? Is that how you found out?
And she was added, yes.
Okay. And when you say a bunch of St. Joe's kids were in the group chat, who from St. Joe's was in the group chat?
Names that I can name would be Anthony Greco, Riley Jordan, Ryan DeMarco. Me, myself was added eventually. Jack Schneider was added. Leo was added.
The defendant was in the group chat? And when you left Lazy Brook, where were you guys headed at that point?
We were heading to Trumbull High School.
And why were you going to Trumbull High School?
Basically, it was like almost like a meeting point where we could figure out what we were going to do. Like if we were deciding to go to another party or, I don't know.
So you mentioned this group chat. At what point were you added to the group chat? Were you added to the group chat before or after you got to Trumbull High School?
Before, like on the way.
And were you able to view what was being said in the group chat?
Yes.
Now, without telling us what was said, what was the overall tone of the group chat when you were on the way to Trumbull High School?
Aggressive, violent, almost like people looking to pick fights.
And did you say anything in the group chat?
I did not.
At some point in time, when you got to Trumbull High School, was there anything in the group chat said about meeting up at Trumbull High School?
Not that I knew of.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not the defendant said anything in the group chat about meeting up at Trumbull High School at that point?
Not that I know of.
Now, when, was there any talk about, during the group chat, was there any talk in the group chat about fighting?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
Tell you about talk?
Yeah.
There's basically another group of individuals telling us to come meet them at a certain place, and us saying to come, like we're gonna come, or come to us, or we'll fight.
Now, I just asked you a question before about whether or not the defendant said anything in the group chat regarding Trumbull High School and the fight. Do you recall that happened? May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Looking at a document, help to refresh your recollection.
Would.
Did you remember refresh?
Yeah.
Now, with regards to the group chat, do you recall now whether or not the defendant said anything in the group chat regarding coming to Trumbull High School to meet up for this fight?
Yes.
And what did he say?
Said, come to Trumbull High, slide right now.
What does slide mean?
Usually it's used as a term to come here.
And did anybody show up at Trumbull High School?
No.
At some point in time, how long were you at Trumbull High School for?
Around 15 to 20 minutes.
And were you guys drinking any alcohol from Lazy Brook all the way until 15, 20 minutes after you got to Trumbull High School? Was there any drinking going on?
I still had a bottle of Kinky, but I don't believe we were really drinking much.
When you got to Trumbull High School, in addition to the group chat, do you recall what other people were doing at any given moment?
Kind of just talking.
Did you meet up with anybody at Trumbull High School?
There was a car of girls there. I don't remember the girls' names, but they were there. We were talking to them. And then there was a BMW there of Trumbull High kids, Keenan.
And did you have a conversation with those kids?
Yeah.
And what kinds of things were you telling them at Trumbull High School?
So they came around when we were looking to leave, and we had a conversation with them saying, would you guys come with us to 43 Glen?
And what was the purpose of them going to 43 Laurel Glen with you?
To fight.
And you had the address of 43 Laurel Glen. How did you get that address?
All the Shelton kids in the group chat were dropping it in.
And at some point in time, did you leave leave Trumbull High School, excuse me? And where were you headed when you left Trumbull High School?
43 Glen.
And what was the purpose of going there? And just prior to leaving Trumbull High School, did you have a conversation with the defendant about going over to 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes.
And tell me about that conversation. What was it like? What was he saying?
We were just saying, yeah, let's go fuck these kids up. Like, we already fucked them up once, kind of laughing about it. I was agreeing, yeah, let's go fight these people.
So, so you left Trumbull High School, and you drove over to 43 Laurel Glen. Were you intoxicated at this point? What were you like? You were drinking alcohol. What were you like?
I would say I have like that warm feeling in my body. I wouldn't say I was too intoxicated, but I definitely had alcohol in my system.
Did you think you had beer muscles or anything like that?
A little bit.
Now, at some point, did you arrive at Laurel Glen?
We did.
And when you arrived at Laurel Glen, do you recall the State's Exhibit 1 behind you? Can you tell us if you can recall how you got to Laurel Glen? There's a pointer right in front of you if you want to use the pointer.
What I recall is,
It's right to the, yeah.
I recall basically, my memory is kind of like almost coming down here and like making a turn right here, stopping right in front of the house.
So when you say you stopped in front of the house, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 49. Can you show us on State's 49 using your words, where did you recall the car stopping?
Kind of in the middle of the street, in front of the mailbox area.
In front of the mailbox for 43 Laurel Glen or
Yes.
across the street? So somewhere around
43
here?
Glen, yeah.
So if the record can reflect, my finger is pointed to the center of 43 Laurel Glen, somewhere in the front of the driveway near the mailbox, but in the middle of the room.
All right, record will reflect that information. Thank you.
And when you got there, was there anybody outside?
There's a couple of kids hanging up in the back like yard, but no one like really outside yet.
At some point in time, did kids come outside?
Yes.
Why did anybody? Was the group chat still going on at this point?
Yeah, it was.
And what, if anything, did you say in the group chat about your presence at 43 Laurel Glen?
I didn't say anything, but I'm pretty sure someone from our car told him that we were there.
And when that happened, did people start coming out of the house?
Yes.
Do you recall where they came out of the house?
Almost looked like from the backyard.
And when they came from the backyard, how did they make their way towards the car?
Running?
And did they come down the front lawn? Did they come down the driveway? How did they come at the
Both.
both? And when they, how many people would you say came out of the house at that point?
35, 40 people.
And when they came out of the house, did you have a conversation with any of these people?
Like a semi one.
Tell me about that.
So the car was surrounded quickly by a ton of people. The kid on my right, I started saying like, "What happened?" One of our boys saying you jumped him, and I was like, I kind of lied to him, said, "No, we didn't. What do you mean?" And then the kid that actually got in the fight earlier that night came over to my side and started screaming at me, "Fuck you, fuck you!" So I started screaming back, and this is when it kind of almost got a little chaotic. And the car started rocking a little bit. You could feel it getting kicked. Yeah.
Did the defendant say anything at this point in time?
Yeah, he did.
What did he say?
He was screaming out the window too, like, "Fuck you guys are pussies."
Now, when the kicking and punching of the car happened, how long did that go on for, would you say?
I would say around 15 seconds.
And after 15 seconds, what happened?
Lito actually said drive to Jack. Jack started like almost like inching, and people started to get out of the way, and then he drove.
And where did he drive? Using State's Exhibit 1, can you show us where he drove?
Since we were like right here, he drove up this road up to here.
And did you recall if Jack drove up and down the road at all?
What I recall is he drove up here, he turned around while everyone was in the car and drove back down, and then turned around quickly again and drove back up where people started to get out.
Now, when you were in the car, where were you seated at this point in time?
Passenger seat.
Front passenger seat?
Yeah.
Do you recall if anything was thrown at the car when Jack was driving up and down the street?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall if anything was thrown from the car when you guys were driving up and down the street?
Not that I recall.
Now, at some point in time, you indicate that you stopped in the area just prior to 36 Laurel Glen, or Farmhouse Road, excuse me.
Yes.
And can you please describe, when you get to that area, to the best of your recollection, what do you remember happening when does the car stop at that point?
Yes.
And what
The
happened?
car stops. Kenzie's actually screaming, "Let me out, let me out." She's crying. We all get out. Jack stays in the car. We all else get out. I start looking at the car, the damages. There's dents. There's a shattered windshield right in front of me. The car is very beat up. The defendant gets out as well, and he's looking at it too.
I'm going to stop you there for a second. I want to show you a video first. But just with regards to getting out of the car, do you remember who initially got out of the car?
Me and Lito.
Did anybody else get out of the car? That's your recollection?
That's my reaction. No.
But this person getting out of the car, to the right there, in the front seat, who's that?
That's me.
That's you. I'm going to point, if I can, this person right here, do you know who that is outside the car?
I do not.
If you see a person, look on your monitor, you see a person in between these two posts here?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kenzie.
That's Mackenzie? And Mackenzie, who's that Mackenzie who?
Kenzie Trey.
How do you know her?
I've seen her.
School there?
School classroom.
So is this the point, are you describing in your testimony, this is the point where you remember getting out down the street near Farmhouse Lane?
Yes.
Now, when you get out down the street near Farmhouse Lane, do you recall if anybody from the other party comes down and talks to you guys or comes at you guys?
I do not recall.
Okay. It's about 11:41 at night.
Yeah.
State's 44. And this is a different angle of that same video. It's from a ring camera in front of the house. Do you recall this happening with that on May 14th, 2022?
I don't.
Well, you're clearly standing on the side of the road here, right?
Yes.
But you don't recall them coming down? So to the best of recollection, do you recall any physical altercation happening at around this time down near Farmhouse Lane in Laurel Glen?
No.
Do you recall anybody with any weapons on them at this point in time?
No.
Okay. So at some point in time, actually, can you play the rest of it? Did you see somebody threw something at Jack's car? Do you recall that?
No.
So you said you got out of the car, you were looking at the car, you were looking at the damage of the car. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about that. What were you guys doing with what you recall about looking at the damage to Jack's car?
Yeah. So basically what I recall of that is when I got out and I was looking at the car, I kind of saw it all. And especially with the cracked windshield, I already knew it was there because it was in front of me. And going around, seeing the bumpers kicked in, dents everywhere, I was pretty like how the fuck can they do this? Like this is going to be very expensive for Jack himself, right? And then the defendant was with me while looking at it, and his demeanor was more, "Fuck these kids! Like you really gonna let them do you like this?" And not to say, yes, I was upset as well, but I just like basically came to a conclusion with Jack. I asked him, "Yo, bring me back down there and let me go talk."
Now, when you said that the defendant was saying, you know, you're going to let them do you like that, how was his demeanor? How was he acting?
Angry.
Was he more angry than anybody else?
I was sad.
And now you indicated that you wanted to go back down there.
Yes.
Why did you want to go back down to 43 Laurel Glen?
My cousin and their family know the Riches themselves. They actually are over by them on that street, not that street, but street over. So I knew the Riches. I knew Tyler Rich. I also know a lot of Shelton kids too, so I thought I could talk to them. I didn't think I had a problem with them.
So when you were down at the corner of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Road, did anybody else besides you, the defendant, and Jack get out of the car? Do you recall?
I think everyone else got out too.
So Will, Dimitri, Keenan, and Mackenzie.
Yeah.
Do you recall, at that point in time, you said Mackenzie was upset? Do you know whether or not anybody wanted to get a ride out of there at that point?
Not that I knew of.
Do you know whether, well, let me ask you this. At that point in time, could you have left the area and gone home?
Could have, yeah.
Could you have called the police at that point about the damage to Jack's car?
Could have.
But you didn't.
Did not.
At that point in time, if Jack didn't want to drive you home, could you have called somebody for a ride?
Yes.
When you were down there and the defendant was acting aggressively and indicating, Jack, you're going to let them do you like this, tell me, did anything else happen during that interaction with you, Jack, and the defendant?
Outside of the car, it was more exactly what you said. It was aggressive, anger from the defendant. Not to say, yes, I was upset as well, and so was Jack. When I mentioned to Jack, let me go down and talk to him. I know these kids better than any of you guys. We began to get back into the car.
And when you got back into the car, who was getting into the car?
Lito got into the front passenger seat before me, and I was going around the car to get into the back.
And when you were getting into the car, what, if anything, was said when you were getting into the car?
I heard the defendant say, Jack, give me the knife.
And did you see a knife that night?
I did not.
Did you see Jack hand the defendant the knife?
I did not.
And when you were getting back into the car, did you have a knife on you?
I did not.
And do you know whether or not the defendant knows anybody at the Rich household?
I did not.
Do you know why the defendant was getting in the car at that point in time?
Not really.
And at some point, did you drive back down to 43 Laurel Glen?
Did, yeah.
Tell me about that. Where did you, what happened when you were driving down?
So we drove straight back down. Like right when we get in that car, and I explained that point where I heard the defendant ask for a knife. That was very synced to me getting in and us driving down. And when we drove down, I got out of the car and walked straight up.
Where did you get out of the car? If you can show me the States 49.
I got out right here. I got out right in front of the mailbox almost.
Okay, so if I'm pointing in States 49, Jack pulled the car up somewhere in this area in front of the mailbox,
Yeah, right around that area.
facing Adams,
Yes.
and you got out of the car, and you walked up where?
I walked up like right a little past the grass, but then onto the pavement.
Not to where?
Pavement. Driveway.
States 5, maybe up this area here?
Yes.
Yeah. When you got out of the car, did you notice anybody with you?
So when I got out of the car, I thought it was just going to be me. And then I noticed Lito was on my right-hand side of it.
And when you saw Lito on your right-hand side, what did you think to yourself at that point?
I just kind of thought, what is he doing? There's no one he knows here. It's not a smart idea for him to be coming up.
Why wouldn't it be a smart idea?
It's because no one knows him, right? Me being me and knowing people, I thought maybe I could talk to Tyler Rich and it wouldn't be a big thing. But seeing him coming up to the right side and having both of us walking up just would not be something that would be smart.
And why wouldn't it be smart?
He was really angry before. I don't think he was looking to talk peacefully like I was to talk to Tyler Rich about the damages. He didn't know Tyler Rich, so what is he going to talk about?
And with regards to going back there and the defendant getting out, did you think that it was going to end well?
No.
Why?
Like I said, he was upset. He was angry. He was showing it way more. He wasn't looking. I feel like he wasn't looking for anything peaceful.
Did you, at that point in time when you got out of the car, did you notice if the defendant had any weapons on him at that
I did not.
What was the lighting out like that night?
It was dark.
Could you see in front of you though?
Yes.
It wasn't pitch black? Was there some ambient light coming from the house?
Yeah.
Jack's lights were on in his car? That
Yeah.
light kind of helped out? Was there anybody outside at that point in time when you started walking up initially?
Not really.
And when you were walking up the house, what if anything happened as you were walking up?
When I was walking up, no one was really around, and then someone said they're back, like screamed it out almost, and I was greeted by a large individual straight into my face in the first 3 seconds, who got really close up to me, started screaming, yelling at me, "What the fuck you doing back? What are you doing here?" And I was like, "Yo, I'm trying to talk to Tyler Rich." And then while that was going on, Tyler Rich came to the right side of me, and I was like, "Yo, Tyler," and then he just screamed at me, "Get the fuck off my property before I fuck you up."
So you were walking up, Tyler Rich was somewhere to your right? And he was telling you to get off his property? And when that was happening, where was the defendant at this point? Do you remember?
It's like 8 feet to the right of me.
Like, so from maybe from here at me to maybe the wood banister there, where the jury
A little
said?
bit farther, but yeah.
Further? Okay. And could you see what the defendant was doing at that point in time?
He had a group of kids almost like kind of surrounding him as well, and he was screaming back at them.
He was screaming at them? What kinds of things was he screaming?
I couldn't hear.
Did it look like he was acting peacefully?
No.
Did it look like he was trying to calm the situation?
No.
Did it look like he was acting aggressively?
Yeah.
And at some point in time, tell me what happens next.
So right when Tyler Rich came to my face and screamed that into me, I knew this is not going to go the way I thought it was going to go. More kids kept funneling out. It got louder, more chaotic. They started screaming at me. I started screaming back. And I'm looking over at Lito because he has a lot of people around him. And I see him get punched. And I almost like took a step forward and I got hit from the back of my head and almost fell forwards into a group like of people. And before I knew it, I was on the ground. And
Now, are you familiar with Jimmy McGrath?
I am.
How are you familiar with Jimmy McGrath?
I grew up playing lacrosse against him.
And I'm going to show you States 57. You know who that is?
Yeah.
Who's that?
It's Jimmy.
Now, do you recall seeing Jimmy during this initial part? Was he in the...
No.
Now, you say that you got hit and you fell?
Yeah.
And when you fell, do you recall what was going on when you fell?
It was so chaotic that it was almost like I just felt stuff coming from all different sides of me, getting like kicked, punched. Kind of was just face down, so I don't really recall what was going on around me.
How long would you say the fight lasted for? Do you recall?
I would say like 10, 15 seconds.
And when the fight started, do you recall seeing where the defendant went?
Say again?
Did you see, once the defendant got hit, did you see what happened to him?
No.
Now, you said you didn't see Jimmy during that initial part of the fight. Did you see him involved in the fight, in the initial part of the fight? Now, at some point in time, when you're on the ground, you said 10 to 15 seconds. What happens next that you remember?
What I remember is being on the ground, kind of like getting kicked, getting punched, whatever. Then almost getting pushed, like, so my body would get like almost let go, and like I glide into like the street. Yeah, I get out of it.
So we're looking at States Exhibit 4. Can you tell us in Stage 4 where you recall getting pushed out to the street?
I remember like being over by that first far red bush,
Okay.
like that's over there. I believe where I was getting beat up, and then I come out straight out in front of it.
Okay, so the record to reflect, Your Honor, we're looking at the red bush to the left, which appears to be next to the blue pickup truck, and then the witnesses indicated that he was pushed out towards the street where the curb area is.
Court will allow the record to reflect that information. Thank you.
And when you you said you got pushed out into the street?
Well, it almost felt like they let go of me.
Okay.
So
And when you are out into the street, what, if anything, do you recall doing at that point in time?
I like stumble out into the street, and I turn around, and there's just a big wall of kids screaming, like very chaotic.
Were the wall of kids that were screaming, were they coming after you at that point?
No.
Were you going after them at that point? No. Did you have a weapon on you at that point?
No.
Did you were screaming back at them?
I was, yeah.
They were screaming at you?
Yes.
Was the fight over at that point?
My knowledge, yes.
And how long would you say the fight was over? How long did that screaming go on?
Like 5 seconds.
And after that 5 seconds, what do you remember doing?
After that 5 seconds while I was screaming at them, almost like a screaming match, I looked to my left and I saw the car Jack Schneider was driving, almost going, like driving away.
I'm going to play a video for you. You recall watching the video in connection to this case?
Yes.
This is states 6.
Yes, sir! Come on! Let's go again!
Yeah, you recall seeing that?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you state 62. Do you know who that is in state 62?
I do.
Who was that?
Defendant.
State 63. You know who this individual is on the ground with the shirt pulled up?
I do.
Who is that?
That's me.
Now, do you recall seeing Jimmy McGrath during this part of the fight?
I do not.
State 68. This person that's here with the jeans on with the shirt kind of pulled up going towards, looks like they're going towards the street. Do you know who that is?
I do.
Who is that?
That's me.
And this individual to your left, do you know who that is?
I do.
Who is that?
Defendant.
And lastly, state 69. Do you know who this individual is at the street?
That's me.
Do you recall seeing Jimmy McGrath at all during this time?
No.
Do you recall seeing him involved in any of the fights during this time?
I do not.
Now, you indicated that you look to your left and you see the car driving away.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
I mean, I'm screaming at these kids, are screaming at me. Nothing's really occurring, but I don't know what's going to happen next. I turn to my left, and my ride, Jack Schneider, is driving away. I almost went to like that flight mode of like, what the fuck? And I just right away just ran at the car, screaming stop.
And did you get in the car?
Did.
Where did you get in the car?
The back seat.
The back seat on the passenger side or the driver's side? And was the defendant in the car?
Was.
Where was he seated?
Seated in the right passenger seat, front.
And when you got in the car, what, if anything, did you say to Jack or the defendant when you got in the car?
'Cause I was angry. I just started screaming at them.
What kind of thing? What were you saying?
I was like, "Fuck you guys! Just let me get my ass beat. Like no one's gonna help me out. You're also about to just leave me, drive away."
At some point, and now when you're saying this, are you just seated in the car or are you?
I'm like kind of head down, like in distraught. Like my head was booming, the adrenaline was rushing through my body. Like I wasn't.
At some point in time, tell us about where the car goes, if you can recall.
Yeah. So what I recall is, I mean, the car is going fast. We take this left turn, and we're going fast through, and the defendant goes stop, 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 and like, Jack slams on the brakes. Where I almost like, because my head was down, I almost smashed into the front seat with my head, and I'm like still screaming. I'm not thinking anything of like stop, 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 and I'm still screaming. I like look up, and I see the defendant entering back into the car.
And did you know why the defendant got out of the car?
I did not.
And when the defendant got back into the car, what if anything, did you hear him say next?
He said, "Go, go, go."
And do you recall the path the car took after the defendant said, go, go, go?
Yeah, it was almost like we were on like a roundabout. So like it was like it took like a right and a straight, and then another right where we went straight back up.
Do you recall if you went past, did you pass the house again? Do you recall?
Yeah, we did.
So if we can use states one, did you recall the path of travel to the best of your recollection?
My recollection, like I said, when I got in, sharp left, and this is where I believe he stopped. And then we came back out and moved back up here.
And when you flew back down the street, where did you go?
We were going back up the street, right around here. The defendant said, "Stop, stop, stop" again, and he got out the car. He just looked at me and Jack and said, "Love you guys. I'm going home with Mackenzie." And I got out and got back into the front passenger seat.
And when you got back in the front passenger seat, do you recall where you guys went next?
Me and Jack just drove straight. Let me see, going straight. We drove straight. We drove straight is where we eventually hit another dead end.
Let me show you Fence Exhibit A. This is a very large overhead shot of the entire area. It's Defense A. Are you talking about hitting the dead end all the way at the end of Laurel Glen?
Yes.
Okay, and when you got to the end of Laurel Glen, what did you guys do next?
We kind of like, where are we right now? We had no idea. So I grabbed my phone and I put in my address in Milford. And we let that go. We finally got it up. Once we got it up, we began.
And on the way home, how long was the ride to your house in Milford from Shelton?
20 minutes.
And during that 20-minute ride, did you have a conversation with Jack about what had happened?
I did.
Now, without telling us what Jack said, what kind of things were you saying to him?
I was upset. I kind of was continuing old demeanor of like, why did you let me get my ass beat and just sit in the car? And then also, why were you going to drive off without me? And I felt like an anger towards him. Sort of adrenaline running through my body, and I was just like mad at him.
And during the ride home, did you also talk about what had just happened at the house?
Not in the beginning, but yes, mid-drive, it got brought up.
And tell us about that. Not what Jack said, but tell me what kinds of things were you saying?
So I actually called my cousin, told him about what happened to me, and this is the cousin that knows Tyler Rich. Told him Tyler Rich just jumped me with a bunch of kids. He said, "Hold up, like I'll call him." Or sorry. And he called me back, and that's when I learned that someone's been stabbed, or multiple people have been stabbed.
And when you had learned that multiple people had been stabbed, did you understand the gravity of the situation at that point?
Not really. I didn't know the severity of it. He didn't know the severity of it. I didn't learn it. I knew that can't be good. That's crazy because I had no idea what the hell happened. I just got my ass beat. I didn't know someone was stabbing people. So I didn't know the severity of it. And it basically just led me to ask, because I did hear it. I asked Jack, "Yo, did you give Lito a knife?"
And based on that conversation, not what Jack said, but what was your reply to what Jack said?
So Lito killed those kids, or stabbed those kids.
And at some point in time, did you get back to your house at Seaview?
Yeah.
In Milford? And did you have a conversation with anybody when you got back to the house?
Yeah, my cousin followed us.
Who's your cousin?
Owen.
And at that point in time, did you understand the severity of the situation?
This is where I learned more of the severity. I learned that there was a kid that might not make it.
And prior to learning the severity of the situation, did you and Jack, when you were talking, did you have, what was your conversation like with regards to, did you want payback?
Yes.
Once you learned the severity of the situation, tell us about what you did during those hours after you learned what had happened.
Once I learned what happened, Jack went home. Told him I loved him. Said just go home. He went home. I went upstairs with my cousin. I sat down. He kind of asked me more of what happened, dude. This is not no normal fight. I kind of just told him everything that I knew, and I didn't know what actually happened, the severity of it. We ate a little something, and he left. I went up to my room, and I would say 30 minutes later, I called the defendant.
And did you have a conversation with the defendant?
Yeah, I basically confronted him and said, "Yo, did you stab those kids?"
And what was his response?
I fucked up, bro. Sorry.
And is that all he said?
Yeah.
Now, since that night, have you had any other communication with the defendant?
No. Other than later that night, I did get a phone call from him, but it was just silence.
Now, at some point during the night or early morning hours of May 15th of 22, do you know whether or not the Shelton Police Department came to your house to discuss the matter with you?
Yeah, I do.
And did you in fact discuss the matter with them? Why not?
My attorney said not to, and they talked to my dad.
And after that, the next morning, what did you do the next morning?
We left under advice of my counsel, and we drove up to Vermont, where we further stopped at a hospital halfway through.
Why did you stop at the hospital?
I was beginning to feel like I was going to throw up. My head was pounding, and I knew something wasn't right, especially after what happened to me last night. Especially my mom, being the mom she is, she was like, let's just go get you checked out.
And when you got checked out, what was your diagnosis? Cool.
I had a concussion, multiple contusions all over my head and body, bruised ribs, bruises all over my body. The hospital basically said, what the fuck happened to you? I said I just got in a basic fight, and they said this is no basic fight.
And with regards to what kind of treatment did they say you had to go through? Did you have to take any medicine?
No, they gave me Advil for my bruised ribs and all the contusions, the inflammation. But for concussion, they just said rest.
No electronics?
I'm just, yeah.
Now, as far as you're concerned with regards to May 14th of 2022, when you got out of the car that night at Tyler Rich's house, did Jack get out of the car?
No.
So, to the best of your recollection, who is the only people that got out of the car?
Me and Lito.
And when you got out of the car, did you have a weapon on you at that point?
I did not.
Did you have a weapon on you the entire time during that fight?
I did not.
And to the best of your recollection, you, through your lawyer, decided to come and tell us your story to the state of Connecticut in December of 22. That was the first time we heard that story.
Yes.
Has that story changed at all between the time you told that story to Shelton Police Department and today?
No.
Looking back on it, did you have to go back to the house on 43 Laurel Glen that night of May 14th of 22?
No.
Could have left?
Should have left.
No further questions.
Good morning, Mr. DaSilva. We've never met before.
No.
So we've never discussed this case before.
No, we have not.
You don't have any agreement that you've signed with me about testifying here today.
No.
You do have one in place with the state, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't talk to anybody or give them this version of the story until you got that in place, correct?
Correct.
You wanted immunity from anything that you had done that night, right?
Correct.
Before you would tell anybody what you say happened that night.
Correct.
And that immunity covers criminal activity or investigation of a homicide, right?
Correct.
You understand that to be murder, correct? And that includes the assaults of Thomas Connery, correct?
Correct.
Ryan Hines, correct?
Correct.
Faison Teal, correct?
Correct.
And you understand that you have exposure if you were going to be prosecuted and convicted of those crimes, right?
Yes.
Sorry, you just have to say yes or no when I ask a question because the court reporter has to get it, okay? It's also loud, as you probably noticed, so we got to compete with that a little bit. So you can keep your voice up and just make sure you answer
Sure.
audibly. And you understand that if you were tried and convicted for crimes of accessory to murder, conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit assault, that those crimes carry in excess of 100 years in jail, right?
Yes, I understand that, but with my age, I would have had that ability for parole.
Oh, you know about your ability for parole?
Something about it.
Well, what do you know about it?
So I was told that since I was underage, there's ability for parole.
Ability for parole. Were you told you would get parole?
No,
What's 60% of 120?
not good at math.
No. What would 50% of 120 be?
Objection as to relevance.
How long?
60. So 60% of 120 would be more than 60, right? A lot of time, right?
Yeah.
A lifetime, right?
I would say
In jail.
yes.
In fact, for you at the time, when you were only 17 years old,
That's correct.
even 60 years would be more than 3 lifetimes to you at that point, right?
That's correct.
Sounds like forever to you, doesn't it?
It does.
You don't want to spend forever in jail, do you?
Honestly, no.
No, you want immunity, right?
Correct.
Without it, you're not telling us anything, right?
Correct.
That was a pretty big incentive for you?
I would say
And once you got it, then you came in and you told the state what you claim happened that night, right?
from the truth.
Well, you understand that it is your obligation under that immunity agreement that you wanted, that you have to testify truthfully, right?
Yes, sir.
And who determines whether or not you testified truthfully?
I would say myself. It's my knowledge, and then to determine if I'm telling the truth would be the state of Connecticut.
That's right. The people sitting at this table, right?
I'd say yeah.
Watching you testify here, right?
Correct.
And you did give a statement in this case, correct?
Did.
And prior to coming in here and testify, were you allowed to review that statement?
I was.
So you know what's expected of you to come in here and testify truthfully, right?
Yes.
And you said any deviation would equal prosecution, right?
That's correct.
So even if you wanted to, even if you had a change of heart and said, you know, some of that stuff I told him wasn't true, if you said that on this stand, do you think that this immunity agreement would still protect you?
They won it.
Feeling a lot of pressure today, I bet.
Just nervous.
That's not the same as feeling pressure.
I would say could be, but it depends.
So that evening started off at a party that you'd been invited to over at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
That's correct.
And that was a St. Joe's party, right?
That's correct.
You didn't expect to see anybody there but St. Joe's kids, is that fair to say?
Usually how it goes, yeah.
And when you got there, you said there were as many as 40 people there, right?
Yeah.
Did you see Austin Leifer there?
I did.
And what was he doing?
Drinking, very, very intoxicated.
In fact, so intoxicated he was throwing up.
Yeah,
Did you see Madigan Leifer there?
I did.
And in fact, she told you this party's getting a little out of hand. Can you keep people from coming in that aren't supposed to be here?
She did.
She asked you to bounce people effectively, right?
Not directly, but along those lines.
Keep people out. And some folks showed up that you didn't know, right?
Mhm.
You never met Ryan Hines before in your life? Never met Griffin Marcinzik before in your life? And you guys, you approached them, or Jack approached them, or Raul approached them?
My recollection, we kind of found them waiting in the garage area.
Waiting in the garage area? What were they doing?
They're going to come in.
Okay. And then you approach these kids, or Jack approaches these kids?
I don't recall who went up first, but eventually it was all three of us approaching them.
Okay. And at some point, Jack grabs one of the kids' case of beer, right?
That's correct.
And at that point, at least, would you agree that it became more of a dispute between Jack and that kid directly?
Yes.
Everybody else is kind of watching to see what's going to happen. Is that fair to say?
There's that. Yeah.
Were you screaming anything at that kid at that point?
Not that I remember.
Did you reach over and try and help Jack take the beer from the kid?
No.
How far away from Jack were you at that point?
5, 6 feet.
Were you worried that this kid was going to do something to Jack?
I wouldn't say worried, but I was expecting a fight.
You were expecting a fight at that point. Everybody was expecting a fight between Jack and that kid, right?
Yes.
And that kid had come with another kid, right?
He did.
And where was that kid?
Just standing off in the distance.
And you told us before that you had brought 2 bottles of, is it Kinky? Like Kinky? Okay. And you got that from a liquor store?
I did.
You had a fake ID?
I did not.
How'd you get that at the liquor store? You stole it?
I talk well with people.
You talk well with people. Talked your way into getting 2 bottles of liquor
Yes.
without having to show an ID.
Yes.
Pretty slick. You'd agree?
Got lucky.
Got lucky. Had you done that before?
I have not.
First and only time you'd ever talked your way into some liquor?
Yeah.
Not the first and only time you'd ever talked your way into something you weren't supposed to have?
No.
You told us that you drank some of that in the car, correct?
Yes.
And that was on the way to go pick up Mr. Valle
It was.
from his house.
Yeah.
He didn't come out with any liquor, right?
Did not.
He didn't come out with any weapons, did he?
Did not.
He came out with his girlfriend, MACKENZIE TRAFECANTE.
Correct.
They hopped in the car with you guys and you went over to 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Correct.
No talk in the car of anything violent, fighting going on, anything like that?
No. Just,
Basketball, I'm sorry,
Just socializing.
just basketball group chat hadn't started yet, right?
No.
And then you described what you've called a usual high school party happening at 5 Lazy Brook.
Correct.
And we saw the photograph, that was you, or that was Jack and Raul at that party, correct?
Yeah.
And did you see he had something around his neck, a pillow of some sort?
Neck pillow.
Neck pillow? What was that about?
I don't know. He's trying to be funny.
Okay. Was that fairly consistent with who Mr. Valle was, trying to be funny?
Yeah.
And there was beer pong going on?
Correct.
But it was actually water pong? Is that what you were telling us?
Well, usually nowadays, the way beer pong works is they fill up the cups of water. You have to refill them with beer, and you just take sips of your beer while you play.
So as not to waste beer.
Yeah, that and, I mean, so you're not chugging half a cup of beer every time you get a cup.
Gotcha. Evolution of the beer pong game.
I would say.
And you said that there were words exchanged in an argument between Mr. SNYDER and Mr. Hines, right?
What?
They squared off, right? Your recollection was that Mr. SNYDER was the one who threw the first punch, right?
That's what I remembered, yeah.
But then you watch the video and you say you can see that Mr. Valle throws what you described as a sucker punch, right?
Yes.
Mr. Hines and Mr. SNYDER, you would agree, they were sort of squaring off and moving around, trying to get position on one another.
They were, yes.
People in that crowd that were watching, which you were one of, you didn't know which way they were going to go, right? Eventually, you saw Mr. Hines tackle Mr. SNYDER, right?
Yes.
And they go to the ground and sort of go off the screen, what looks like behind a minivan of some sort.
Hmm.
You join the fray.
Did.
Mr. Valle joins the fray.
Did.
Who else joins the fray at that point?
Only 3 people I remember is us 3.
You would agree, however, after watching the video, there were more people that joined the fray, right? Some girls come over.
Yes.
Yes. Some other people come over, it appears.
What it looks like.
Did somebody pull you off, or did you stand up on your own?
I stand it up on my own.
Okay. Did you ever see Mr. Valle take that motorcycle helmet off?
No.
Did you see him swing it at anybody? people were struggling to get people off in that video, right?
That was a tense fight.
It was kind of a quick fight.
Was, yes.
You said folks got up, separated, right?
Yes.
The two kids who had come that you were trying to keep out, they left.
He did leave, yeah.
And you said then the party went on for another 30 to 45 minutes?
He did, yes.
Okay. What was going on during that 30 to 45 minutes? Just more of the same typical partying?
Socializing.
No talk about let's go get into a fight, anything like that? And then you said Mama Lifer came and shut it down, right?
He did.
Told everybody to get out of there.
Yeah.
You left Lazy Brook Road trying to figure out what to do at that point. Is that fair to say?
Trying to look for another party.
Were you trying to look for these kids that had just come, that you just kicked out of the fight? Was Jack, who had just sort of been getting the worst of that end of the fight, was he angry and wanted to go find those kids? And at that point, you described you'd already gotten into the car when this group chat began, right? And you claimed that you were added to the group chat, right?
Correct.
When you say that you were added to the group chat, how could you tell that this group chat pre-existed your being added to it?
Yeah, I couldn't really tell that was pre-existed. I just got added to it, and then they were chatting. So I just thought this was already going on.
Okay. You didn't create it.
I did not create it.
Mr. Valle didn't create it.
I did not.
Mr. SNYDER didn't create it.
I did not.
And yet, the three of you simultaneously got added to it?
I don't know the points of when we got added.
Okay. And at that point, you started, what you described was the group chat tone was aggressive and violent, right?
Yes.
And somehow you found your way over to Trumbull High School, right?
I did.
You yourself didn't go to Trumbull High School?
I was in the car.
But I'm saying you didn't attend Trumbull High School.
No, I did not.
Nobody in your vehicle attended Trumbull High School, right?
No, I did.
How far was it from Lazy Brook Road to Trumbull High School?
Don't take my word on it. Probably 7 minutes, 10 minutes.
You weren't going to Trumbull High School looking for the kids from 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Not at the time.
How many people were on that group chat other than yourself, Mr. Valle, and Mr. SNYDER?
I don't know the number, but there had to be a lot of people.
And most of the aggressiveness and violence, was that towards your group of 3, or was that from your group of 3 towards whatever this larger group was?
I would say it was coming from both sides.
Okay.
There was more St. Joe's kids in the group chat that were being probably the most aggressive
Okay.
with those Shelton kids than us 3.
So there were other St. Joe's kids on there in addition to the 3 of you.
Yes.
And you're saying that those other St. Joe's kids were being more aggressive than the 3 of you?
I would say.
Had those other St. Joe's kids been involved at 5 Lazy Brook?
No.
And at some point, you were being told to come and fight. Is that fair to say?
Yes. Correct.
An address got sent to you, right?
Correct.
And at that point, you hadn't seen any knives or weapons in the car, correct?
Correct.
There was no mention of knives or weapons in the car, correct?
Correct.
And no drinking on the way when you started to go towards this address?
I still had one of the kinky bottles, but my recollection, I believe we weren't drinking.
And at Trumbull High School, there were 2 other cars there, right?
Oh, yeah.
One car of girls and a white BMW with 2 guys in it, right?
Yes.
And those 2 guys attended Trumbull High School, you told us, and they were friends of Keenan Frasick's.
They were, yeah.
You didn't know them.
I did not.
And that address that got texted to you, that was not an address you were familiar with, was it?
It's not.
You didn't say, oh, 43 Laurel Glen Drive, I know who lives there.
No, I did not.
At that point, it didn't register to you that that was Tyler Rich's house. But you've told us that you were friends with Tyler Rich's cousins? Is that what you told us?
No, it's my cousins were friends with them.
And how did you know that?
How did I know that?
Yes.
Because my cousins lived in Misty Lane, which was a couple streets over, and they always would talk about Tyler Rich.
Okay. But you yourself had never met Tyler Rich before?
I've met him in the past, yes, before.
But you'd never been to his home before,
No.
that you can recall?
That I could recall. No, I have not.
And you said that there was a conversation about going to 43 Laurel Glen Drive with Mr. Valle, and you told us, he said, yeah, let's go. We fucked them up once already. Do you remember telling us that?
Yeah.
You never told the cops that when you spoke to them before, did you?
Believe not.
No, that's the first time any of us are ever hearing that, right?
Yeah.
That's a deviation from what you said before. Are you worried about telling the state something different?
No, because it's my truth and my memory.
No, and in fact, it's worse than anything you've told them before, right?
I wouldn't say so.
Well, you never before told them that Mr. Valle told you, yeah, let's go, we fucked him up once already. Would you agree that that is worse than what you told them before?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Is it like that?
Now, you told us when you got to 43 Laurel Glen Drive that the car parked in front of the mailbox by the driveway, right?
Yes.
Not across the street from the house?
No, we were like almost in the middle of the road.
In the middle of the road the first time that you stopped there, or in the middle of the road when the car came back before the fight? And then you said you think someone from the car texted that you were there. Is it possible that Mr. SNYDER honked the horn?
Could have, yeah.
But somehow, what went from what you claim was nobody being outside in the yard at first, right? People came running from the house, right?
Correct.
And you told us 35 to 40 people, right?
Yeah.
Spilling down the driveway, right? Right? Sorry, she can't pick up a head nod. Coming down through the yard as well, right?
Huh?
Pouring out of the house, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And they were coming straight at the car, right?
Correct.
There's 7 of you in the car.
Correct.
There's 35 to 40 of them coming at you.
Correct.
What were you thinking at that point?
Oh shit.
You were scared. This was a dumb idea. Yes?
Yes.
Did Mackenzie Trafficante indicate to you in any way that she thought going over to 43 LGD, Laurel Glen Drive, that she was expecting to get into a fight?
Objection as to what Mackenzie says.
The question was, did she indicate by any way? I'll just be clear and instruct the witness, don't tell us what Mackenzie said, if anything. But I'll allow you to answer over.
Not that I recall.
Did Demetrius Arfanos indicate in any way through his demeanor that he thought he was going over being taken to 43 Laurel Glen Drive to get into a fight?
Yes.
He did.
Yes.
From his
I
demeanor.
believe Dimitri and Keenan and Will were coming with us to fight.
Keenan Frasick,
Yes, I believe so.
smaller guy with kind of a mustache. Demetrius Arfanos,
Yeah.
quiet kind of guy. Was going over to get into a fight.
Yeah.
You said that you thought maybe kids were hanging outside in the backyard.
Yeah.
Could you see the backyard?
No, just that's where they came out of.
Okay. And these kids were running at the car,
I would say so.
and they surrounded the car quickly.
Very quickly.
Kids on the driver's side,
All sides.
kids on the passenger side too.
Mhm.
Kids in front of the car, right?
Correct.
Kids behind the car, right?
Correct.
You could feel the car rocking and shaking, right?
Correct.
You could hear people kicking the car, pounding on the car, right?
Correct.
Some folks are outside screaming at the car, you said. One of them said, "You jumped our boys."
Correct.
You lied and said, "No, I didn't," right?
No.
You lied because you were scared, right?
Probably.
You were terrified, right?
I wouldn't say terrified, but I would say scared.
What's the difference between scared and terrified?
Objection as to relevance.
I'm gonna sustain the objection. If you want to claim it, I'll hear it outside the jury.
You were scared but not terrified.
Correct.
Had you ever been surrounded in a car before like that?
I have not.
You weren't driving the vehicle, right?
I was not.
You didn't have any way to make that vehicle move, did you?
Not.
Well, but you could have gotten out of the car, right?
Not getting out of the car.
Well, why not?
40 kids surrounding it.
You were terrified of getting out of the car.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustain.
Were you scared of getting out of the car?
Yeah.
Did you see Mr. SNYDER reach into the console and pull out a knife and put it in his lap?
I did not.
Were you paying attention to what Mr. SNYDER was doing at that point?
I wasn't.
You were focused on what was going on outside the car, right?
More to like the right side of my window where all the kids were.
And then you heard a windshield smash, right?
Yes.
Somebody threw something at it
I don't know how I got smashed, but it smashed right in front of me.
right in front of you. At that point, you were terrified, right?
So you got a little more scared.
A little more. You were worried somebody was going to smash the window, right?
Yeah.
Reach in and try to pull you out of the car, right?
I would object based on speculation.
Well, I'm going to sustain the objection. If you want to rephrase the question.
You were scared that somebody could break that window, were you not?
After seeing what happened to the windshield, I would say yes.
And if somebody broke that window, you were scared that they might try and attack you, right?
The way they were acting, yes.
That car was starting to feel very small, wasn't it?
Yes.
You didn't feel like you had any way out of that situation that you found yourself in, did you?
Yeah.
You were worried that you might come to some great bodily harm, were you not?
Felt a little more protected since we were in the car, you know? But what you're saying, yes.
You felt protected, like this is a safe situation right now. I've got this in hand.
No.
You couldn't make Jack drive that car anywhere, could you?
No.
In fact, if he tried to drive the car forward, there were people blocking the way, right?
Right.
If he tried to back up, there was somebody bouncing on the rear bumper, right?
Right.
Had you ever been in that situation before?
I've not.
Have you ever attacked a vehicle yourself?
I've not.
And people in the car, their demeanor led you to believe that they were scared as well, did it not?
Yes, it did.
Everybody in that car was terrified at that moment, were they not?
Yes.
And you told us here today that Mr. Valle was screaming at people, "Fuck you."
Yeah.
You never said that to the cops before, did you?
I believe I did.
When you talked to him on December 6th, that's what you told him?
I believe I did.
And you told us you thought that that lasted for 15 seconds?
Yeah.
Did it feel like it only lasted 15 seconds when it was going on?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Felt longer just because of the chaos, you know, because of what's going on. So if you're looking for a number of it, I would say, yeah, probably felt 20, 25 seconds.
20 or 25 seconds was all?
Yeah, if you phrase it in that certain way.
Fair to say you didn't know while it was going on when or if it was going to come to an end, right?
Fair to say that, yeah.
So when it was happening, it felt like an eternity, did it not?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
And then you said, Mr. Valle was saying drive, right?
Did say drive, yeah.
He wanted to get out of there, right? And Jack somehow pulls the car out and gets it down the street,
Slowly started to almost drive and people.
spread out of the way. Saw an opening, car spuds through. Goes down to the end of the street. Drives up and down, back and forth a few times, right?
He did.
Throwing things out the windows.
Not that I remember.
And we watched a video here, Stakes Exhibit number 44, from in front of that house where you said later folks got out of the car. We didn't see the car going back and forth, up and down, right?
Not that I know.
But what we did see was some people getting out of the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And then the vehicle pulls ahead and moves on.
Yes.
And you identified those 3 people that got out of the vehicle as Mackenzie Traficante, correct?
Yes.
Yourself,
Yes.
and Mr. Valle, right?
Correct.
And then you didn't remember what we saw on the video, and you would agree that the vehicle was chased by kids coming from the Shelton party, right?
Yes. Correct.
You didn't remember this, you told us, but you saw on the video that those people were throwing things at the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And you heard people screaming things at the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And you saw those people running at what you've told us now is yourself and Mr. Valle, correct?
Correct.
And then you saw in that video, the vehicle pulls ahead and leaves you there with those kids from Shelton High, right?
Correct.
And where did the vehicle go when it pulled off and left you there?
I don't know.
You had no idea where that vehicle went, right? Do you remember being scared at that point?
I do not remember being scared at that point.
But you do remember that Mackenzie was screaming, "Let me out," right?
I do.
And at some point after leaving you there, you say Mr. SNYDER came back and parked the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And at that point, everybody else in the car got out, right?
Yes.
And did some folks go over and sit away from the vehicle?
They did, yeah.
And who was that?
I don't really recall, but pretty sure it was Mackenzie, Traff, Dimitri, and Keenan, and Will. I think everyone else kind of went and sat down.
And that left just the 3 of you, Mr. SNYDER, Mr. Valle, and yourself, around the vehicle?
Yes.
Were any of the Shelton High kids there at that point?
Not that I recall.
Do you know an Enrico Fiola?
I do.
And you recall Mr. Fiola coming down and talking to you while you're at the car, right?
I actually don't.
And you recall Tyler Rich coming down and talking to you while you're at the car, right?
Not.
You don't recall any of those Shelton High kids coming down while the 3 of you were at the car inspecting it for damage, right?
Not.
Because it never happened, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And so you're inspecting the car, you said, and you see that it's damaged, right?
I do.
So now you're looking at the vehicle and seeing what happened to it while moments before you were trapped inside that car, right?
Correct.
And you can see that the windshield has in fact been smashed, right?
Correct.
You told us there was damage to the car all over it, right?
Yes.
And your thought was, this is a lot of damage. This is going to cost a lot of money for Jack SNYDER, right?
Agreed.
Because it was Jack SNYDER's car, right?
Was.
Not your car. Not Mr. Valle's car.
Nope.
But you said that Mr. Valle was the angriest of anybody?
It seemed like it through his demeanor and his words.
And he was angrier than Jack SNYDER about the car.
I mean, Jack was angry. I was angry, but it was like almost like he was more angry, at least more vocal about it than us.
You didn't see a weapon at that point?
Not.
No knife anywhere?
Nope.
Did you see, though, Mr. Valle, when he went scrambling through the glove box looking for the knife?
Did not.
Okay. Well, then you saw him when he went scrambling through the console, right, to get the knife out?
Did not.
and you heard him say, "Jack, where's the knife? Give me the knife!"
Say, Jack, give me the knife.
Just like that?
Yes.
Like you just said it?
The way he said it, I don't really recall.
Because you told us you weren't there right beside him, right? You were going around the car or something like that,
Correct.
but you overheard what you think was him saying, "Where's the knife?"
Correct.
And you got back in the car and got into the back passenger seat,
Yes.
and Mr. Valley got into the front of the car.
Correct.
And you told us before that you've known Mr. Valley from growing up in Milford, right?
Correct.
How old were you when you first met Mr. Valley?
I don't remember the age. I was young, but it was about 3rd grade football.
Third grade football? Yeah. You guys have been close ever since, right?
We got close around 5th grade.
A year and a half later, you got close with Mr. Valley. And since 5th grade, you'd been fast friends, right?
Correct.
Hung out almost every weekend?
Correct.
Slept at his house?
Many times.
He'd slept at your house?
Many times.
You felt like he had your back?
Objection as to what he felt the defendant thought.
Sustained.
And you told Mr. Snyder, "Take me back there. I know these kids," right?
Correct.
Were you still angry at that point?
I was upset for Jack's car, but me being angry didn't do anything.
Okay. And you said, "Take me back. I want to make peace. I know these kids."
I said, take me back, yes. Let me talk to Tyler Rich.
Your Honor, are we going to take the morning break? I just looked.
We are. Is this a good place
I
to
think this might be a
stop?
good spot.
All right, thank you. So at this point, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to go ahead and give you your 15-minute morning recess. So the time is 11:25. We'll be back in 15 minutes on the record. Thank you. Pardon me, is that on recess?
All rise. Recess.
your application. I am also going to ask you if you could sit up a little bit towards the microphone and keep your voice up a little bit. Some of the people are happy to do that. All right, thank you so much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Council, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
Thank you. Attorney Smith, you may continue with your process.
You were, when we left for the break, you were telling us about getting back into the vehicle to go back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And you told us that you had been looking at the damage and you knew that it was going to be very expensive for Jack Snyder, right?
I assumed, yes, correct.
And you said that Mr. Valle said, "Fuck these kids. You gonna let them do you like that?" You remember
Correct.
that? And that he was more angry than anyone else, correct? And that because you knew Tyler Rich and the Riches through your cousin and lots of other Shelton High kids, right?
Correct.
That you thought it would be a good idea to go back down there and talk to them, right?
The little liquid courage, I thought it would be a good idea.
A little liquid courage, you thought it would be a good idea. Well, you told us I didn't think I had a problem with them, right?
Didn't it?
You'd been involved in the fight at 5 Lazy Brook earlier that night.
I was.
You'd just pulled up and been swarmed by 30 to 40 kids, right?
Correct.
Pounding on the car, right?
Correct.
Smashed the windshield, right?
Correct.
Chased you, as you saw in that video, down towards the end of the road even after you'd left, right?
Correct.
You thought you didn't have a problem with them?
Just thought they wouldn't just jump me. Like, I thought I would be able to talk to Tyler Rich.
Okay. And if you were going to be, if you were in a troubling or unsafe situation, you would expect Mr. Snyder to help you, right? That would be your expectation?
That calls for speculation.
It's an expectation. I'll allow it overruled.
I would expect, yes.
If you were in a dangerous situation, you would expect Mr. Valle to help you, right?
Yes.
It didn't surprise you when Mr. Valle got into the car with you, did it?
Not fully.
No, not at all, right? It didn't surprise you at all that somebody you'd known since 5th grade, spent nights at their homes with, saw every weekend, got into the vehicle when you were heading back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive. It did not surprise you, did it, sir?
That did not surprise me.
No, it didn't surprise you at all. You didn't say, "Whoa, Mr. Valle, you seem angrier than anybody else here. Don't get in this car with me," did you?
Did not say that.
And you weren't scared that if you went back there, these 30 to 40 people might swarm you again?
Like I said, knowing Tyler Rich and knowing the Shelton kids, no, I wasn't.
Well, Tyler Rich and the Shelton kids were the same ones that had just swarmed you only minutes before, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now for some reason you thought that they wouldn't do that again?
Well, I thought because, I mean, that's all of us in a car. Me coming up alone, trying to talk to them would be a different situation.
Well, again, you weren't expecting to go back there alone. You got into the car, so you knew that Mr. Snyder was going to be in there with you, right?
I knew Mr. Schneider. I knew Schneider. I knew Valle was going to be in the car, but I knew myself was going to get out. I did not know Lito was going to get out.
You didn't expect if you were gonna get out and go face 30 or 40 people that had just swarmed you, that Mr. Valley would get out of the car to be there with you?
I did not expect that.
This is asking the answer.
I'll allow it.
I did not expect that.
But you told us you would expect him to help you if you were in a dangerous situation.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Why didn't you just walk back to the house?
Asked Jack to drive me.
I understand what you did. I asked, why didn't you just walk back to the house?
I don't know. I don't have a clear answer for that.
Well, you just told us that you were expecting to go up there and talk to them by yourself.
Yeah.
But you got into the car
I did.
that Mr. Valley and Mr. Snyder were already in, according to you.
Correct.
And you told Mr. Snyder, take me back there.
I did.
When you got back to the house, or at some point before you got back to the house, you say you heard Mr. Valley say, Jack, give me the knife.
Correct.
But you didn't see him give him the knife.
I did not.
And you didn't see the knife any time thereafter.
I did not.
You didn't see Mr. Valley with the knife in his hand opening the blade.
I did not.
You didn't see Mr. Valley take the blade and flash it out the window.
I did not.
You didn't see Mr. Valley do anything with the knife at any time. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And you get out of the car once you got back there, right?
Correct.
And you start walking into the yard.
Correct.
It's your recollection that there was nobody in the yard when you pulled up?
Yes.
And you got out and you walked straight up into the yard, right?
Correct.
You said right in front of the mailbox?
Yes. I walked almost like a straight shoot up.
And you were just a little past the grass and onto the driveway?
Correct.
Where were you heading?
I was heading to talk to someone until I was greeted.
You were gonna go knock on the front door?
No.
Were you by the cars that were parked in the driveway?
Not that I could recall.
Do you remember any vehicles being along the sides of the road?
Not that I can recall.
And then at some point you realized that Mr. Valley was also out of the car with you, right?
Correct.
And you turned to him and you said, Mr. Valley, go get back in the car, right?
No, I actually did not say that.
Well, you didn't say, what are you doing? Get out of here. You're going to cause a problem.
I said, what are you doing?
Oh, you did. You said, what are you doing?
Yes.
Did you tell that to the cops when you spoke to them?
I did.
What was his reaction when you said, what are you doing?
He just didn't say anything back.
They didn't pull the knife out and say, well, I'm here to kill somebody.
He did not.
I'm gonna object based on that call.
I'll allow it.
You didn't turn around and get back in the car because now your plan that you told us about had changed, because now it wasn't just you out of the car.
Correct.
Why didn't you just go get back in the car at that point? Your plan had changed.
So in the moment, I didn't think of it. Kept walking. My plan was to talk to Tyler Rich.
Because it didn't surprise you that Mr. Valley was out of the car with you when you were going to do this, right?
Did, but I didn't think anything too heavy about it.
You knew this was a dangerous situation that you were walking into, right?
At the time, the way I felt, I didn't think it was going to be dangerous just because I thought it was just me walking up, talking to kids that I know and they know me and my family.
You thought those 30 or 40 kids that had surrounded the vehicle and knew you and your family and were jumping on it and smashed the windshield were now going to be happy to see you.
I wouldn't say happy.
That way, he thinks those 30 kids were shot.
Sustained.
Your expectation was that you would be greeted peacefully.
Yeah.
You knew some of the kids there at that party, correct?
Yeah.
How many?
I don't know.
And by your own account, Mr. Valley didn't know any of those kids, right?
My knowledge, no.
And you said seeing him coming up was not smart,
No, I don't think so.
but you walking up, that was smart.
My head, yes, it was.
And you described Mr. Valley as being upset and angry at that point.
I did, correct.
And that was based on his face?
It was based on before we went down his words with the car.
Okay. So when you got out of the car and he was following you up, how close to you was he?
7 to 8 feet to my right.
To your right and behind you?
I would say a little bit behind.
You were leading the way.
I was, but he was 6 to 7 feet to the right and maybe a little bit behind.
And watching your back.
You could say that.
At that point, he wasn't doing anything like squaring up with anybody.
No.
He wasn't flashing a knife at anybody.
Nope.
Didn't have his hands in his pockets.
Nope.
Didn't have his shirt pulled up over his head.
Nope.
And you heard somebody yell, "They're back."
Correct.
And you told us you thought you were going to go talk to Tyler Rich about the damages to Mr. Snyder's car.
Basically, yeah, about the whole situation.
And you thought Mr. Rich was going to want to talk about the damages to the vehicle.
I know he would hear me out.
Sustain.
You expected him to want to have a conversation about the damages to the car.
As to what he expected. Does that call for speculation?
You know, it's what he expected, his reason for going. I'll allow that.
Say the question again.
Sure. You expected Mr. Rich was going to want to talk to you about the damages to the vehicle.
I did at the time.
And after you heard their back, you told us you were confronted by a large individual that was screaming at you, right?
Correct.
Was that Tyler Rich?
No,
Did you know who it was?
I did not.
He was not alone, though, was he?
No.
Shortly thereafter, the 30 to 40 people swarmed out again, right?
Correct.
Looked like the whole house was pouring out from that backside, right?
Correct.
You were scared at that point, weren't you?
I was.
Not because of anything Mr. Valley was doing at that point, was it?
Correct.
Because of what you had just walked into, fair to say?
Correct.
At that point, were you terrified?
Correct.
You didn't know if any of those people had weapons, did you?
I did not.
You saw somebody throw things at you while you were down there at the end of 40, easy for me to say, 36 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Objection.
I didn't remember that.
You don't remember that, but you saw it on the video, right?
Sustained. I'm sustaining the objection. I'm motioning, I'm going to instruct the jury to strike the witness's answer. And when there's an objection pending, let's please pause. Thank you.
Did you ever see Mr. Valley get sprayed in the face with WD-40 or PB blaster?
I did not.
At the point when the large individual is screaming at you, 30 to 40 people come out and they start to surround you and Mr. Valley, correct?
Correct.
You notice people on all sides of you, right?
Correct.
In fact, how many people were in front of you?
I don't know the exact head count, but I would say around 10.
And were those 10 all just in front of you talking peacefully?
No one was talking peacefully.
And they weren't just in front of you, right? They were surrounding you,
Correct.
cutting off your exit.
Objection.
You could say that.
You felt like you were being enclosed.
You say that?
Didn't have a car around you now, did you?
I did not.
Did you think you were going to get beaten up?
Yeah.
Did it cross your mind that you might die?
No.
How badly did you think you might get beaten up?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
How badly did you think you might get beaten up?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
I'll allow it. It's what he was thinking.
I mean, when shit hits the fan like that so quickly, there's only a certain amount of time to think. I could say, yeah, I was like, I'm gonna get my ass beat.
You didn't know if you were going to live through that, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
And pretty soon, you had confirmation that your idea that Tyler Rich might want to peacefully talk with you was wrong, right?
Yes, correct.
Tyler Rich was screaming to you, "Get the fuck off my property or I will fuck you up."
Correct.
He had 9 other people that you could see supporting him, right?
Correct.
And you turned around and you ran back to the car, right?
No,
Why not?
just wasn't how it's gonna work. There's people behind me, people in front of me. It was chaotic. He's screaming that. I'm screaming at him to just let me talk to him, and then it all happened so fast before you knew it. Lito gets punched to the right of me. I get hit from the back of my head.
You were screaming at him, "Just let me talk to you."
Along those lines.
You were pleading with him, "Just let me talk to you. Just let me talk to you."
Along those lines.
Our families know each other. I know your cousins.
Along those lines.
You're trying to talk your way out of that situation, right?
Along those lines, yeah.
Trying to use your words to save your life.
Objection, as to the characterization.
Sustained.
Did you think you might die at that point?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
What was your state of mind at that point?
Fight or fight.
To save your life?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Sir, at any point did it cross your mind that your life was in danger?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Certainly.
And you told us things were happening so fast, right?
Correct.
Your pleading with Mr. Rich did not in any way calm the situation, right?
Not even close.
And then Mr. Valle got punched in the face, right?
Correct.
Chaos ensues.
Correct.
You're down on the ground, face first in the dirt, right?
That's what I remembered.
Getting punched and kicked by you don't know who.
No idea.
At that point, did you think you might die?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
I don't know, to be honest.
You didn't know if you were going to live.
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
I just didn't know what was gonna happen. If I was gonna get out of that, or I was gonna get knocked out, and God knows what else.
God knows what else. You didn't, right?
No.
Had you ever been in a situation like that before?
Never.
Never in your 17 years to that point.
Never.
Before Mr. Valle got punched, how far away from you was he?
6, 7 feet, 8 feet.
Close enough that you could reach out and touch him?
No.
Were you worried about what was going to happen to Mr. Valle?
A little bit.
How many people were facing Mr. Valle?
Don't know the head count, but probably another 10
At least?
at least, yeah.
Surrounding him as well?
Correct.
You didn't see Mr. Valle take a swing at anybody?
I did not, because when I saw him get punched, before I knew it, I got punched from the back of my head.
You saw him punched, crowd swarmed him, did they not?
Kinda, yeah.
He went down to the ground
Not that I saw.
because you were down on the ground,
Correct.
face in the dirt,
Correct.
couldn't tell who was punching you.
Objection, this is asked and answered.
Sustained.
You got punched in the back of your head.
Correct.
How many times?
I have no idea.
Did you lose consciousness?
No.
And you told us that you were familiar with Mr. McGrath because you grew up playing lacrosse with him,
Correct.
but you didn't see him there that night.
I did not.
You weren't watching to see what he was doing that evening, is that fair to say?
It's fair.
You did see him in the video that was played for you?
I did see him.
You told us after you fell, it was so chaotic and you were getting kicked and punched on all different sides. Remember that?
Correct.
And you told us you thought maybe that went on for 10 to 15 seconds.
Yeah.
That's what you're thinking now, right?
Correct.
At the time, didn't feel like that, did it?
Probably not.
Felt like an eternity, right?
You could say that.
You didn't know if that was going to end at all, did you?
Yeah.
You didn't hear, okay, just a few more and then we're going to let you up.
No, I did not.
You couldn't see Mr. Valle.
Did not.
You told us you remember being on the ground and then getting shoved into the street, right?
Almost like people backed off of me, and I stumbled into the street. Yes.
People backed off of you?
Felt like a release, because before it was like I couldn't even get up if I wanted to.
Did you watch that video and see yourself getting shoved into the street by Jacob Villalobos?
Did see that. Yes.
Didn't look like he was just letting you up, did it?
No.
Did you know Jacob Villalobos?
I did not.
Shelton High, did they ever play St. Joe's in football?
I did not.
Did you know that any of these kids were members of the Shelton High football team?
I did not.
And then you said you turned around and it was just a big wall of kids.
Correct.
Could you see Mr. Valle at that point?
Couldn't.
A wall was blocking you from seeing Mr. Valle.
Could say that. Yeah.
And you turned around and you were screaming at them, you said?
I was. Yes.
Did you see yourself screaming at them in that video?
Did.
After you got shoved into the street?
Yes.
You said you looked to your left and you saw Jack Snyder's car pulling away.
Correct.
Were you scared at that point?
I was.
Thought you were going to be left there with those kids, right?
Correct.
And you were terrified that you were being abandoned by Mr. Snyder.
Correct.
And ultimately you said you ran to the car and got into the car, correct?
Correct.
You said Mr. Valle was already in the car before you?
Was.
Did you see him run past you?
Did not.
Which side did you get in?
I remember is I got in the left back side, back seats.
Behind the driver?
Yes.
And Mr. Snyder was still driving the car when you got in?
Was.
You didn't see Mr. Valle with a knife at that point?
I did not.
You said Mr. Valle takes off, he makes a left turn, slams on the brakes, and you almost hit your head
Correct.
on the glove box or the dash in front of you?
Seat in front of me.
The seat in front of you. Okay, right, because you're no longer in the front passenger side, now you're behind the driver.
Correct.
And that you looked up after that quick stop, and you saw Mr. Valle getting back into the car.
Correct.
How long did that take?
1-2 seconds.
Were the windows up or down in the car?
I have no idea.
But you remember Mr. Valle saying, go, go, go.
Correct.
You go past the house back to where everybody had been left.
Correct.
And that's when you saw Mr. Valle get out of the vehicle.
Yes, he said stop, stop, stop. Exited the vehicle and turned back around to me and Jack. Said, love you guys. I'm going home with Mackenzie.
And at that point, you did get out of the car and got into the front passenger seat.
Got back into his seat, yes.
Then there must have been a sense of relief on your part?
Not really.
No, because you still didn't know where you were, right?
Did not.
It was dark outside.
Correct.
You just had this terrifying experience.
Correct.
You told us that you were injured.
Correct.
You were in pain.
I wouldn't say too much just because of how much adrenaline that was running through my body.
Okay. And car takes off and drives. And you got to a dead end.
That's correct.
And at that point, again, you didn't know where you were, right?
Correct.
Were you worried that these kids might come and find you?
Not that I remember.
Your reaction at that point was, where are we, you said, right?
Correct.
So you were scared about being lost in a place that you had no idea where to get out.
All of that chaos, yes.
Why didn't you just get out of the car at that point and say, Jack, I'm done with this?
Why, you want me to just sit there in the road by myself?
What might happen if you did?
Objection.
I don't know.
Speculation.
Sustained. I'll stand for the defendant. The witnesses, excuse my last answer.
And you were yelling at Jack from the moment you got into that car about why did he abandon you, right?
Correct.
You weren't expecting to go down to that house alone. You didn't want him to abandon you there, right?
I'm gonna object. This has been asked again.
Sustained.
You said you were angry and mad, correct?
Me?
Yes.
Correct.
At that point,
Correct, yeah.
as mad as you claim Mr. Valle had been before he got into that vehicle, that
I wouldn't say so.
not that mad?
No.
You were calm, cool, and collected.
No?
Just not as mad as Mr. Valle.
Yeah.
And along the way, you decided to call your cousin Owen, right?
Correct.
And you say at that point you learned that this was more serious than you thought it had been, correct?
Correct.
You still wanted payback though, right?
Correct.
So you were angry, right?
Correct.
Just not as angry as you claim Mr. Valle was.
Correct.
So when you want payback, you're only kind of angry?
Objection, recommended.
Sustained.
At that point, you told Jack Snyder to go home, right?
I got back to my house, yes.
And You ate and you went to your room, right?
Correct.
And you claimed that you called Mr. Valley and you confronted him. And you asked him, did you stab these kids?
Correct.
And all he said to you was, I fucked up, bro, sorry.
I fucked up. Sorry.
And then he hung up? Or
As
you
I
hung up?
remember, yes.
Did he say it like that? Just, I fucked up, bro, sorry.
My memory, I mean, I fucked up, bro. Sorry was more, how do you say it, meaningful sorry. It wasn't like a no emotion sorry.
So he didn't say, yeah, that's right, I stabbed those 4 kids.
I did not say that.
Same.
And then you called the cops, right?
Eventually later that night, after I found out through my brother who called me, when I learned the severity of how someone had passed away, I woke up my parents, called the cops.
You called the cops?
Called the cops. Called my attorney.
Call who?
My attorney.
Why didn't you call the cops?
Under advice of people around me.
You were scared to call the cops.
Since knowing me and I was involved, just under the advice of people around me, told me to contact Florida.
You weren't going to talk to the cops until you got them to agree not to prosecute you, right?
I'm objecting.
Sustained.
You didn't call. You didn't talk to the cops until December 6th of 2022.
That's correct.
Almost 7 months after this went down.
Correct.
After you'd gotten your immunity agreement.
Correct.
Not once before.
No.
In fact, you didn't call the cops. You went to Vermont, right?
That's correct.
And then on the way home, you were feeling ill, right?
It's the way up.
On the way up.
Correct.
And you were feeling ill
Very.
from the injuries that you had gotten during the fight.
Correct.
And you went in and you sought some medical treatment.
That's correct.
And you told us that you had a concussion, multiple contusions and bruises all over your body, right?
Correct.
The doctor looked at you and said, what is going on here? And you said, oh, I got into a fight, right?
Correct.
And that doctor told you,
Objection, that's what the doctor said.
yeah. Your Honor, he testified to this on direct.
If you want to explore the actual statement, you can explore the actual statement. Please make sure you don't mischaracterize the statement that was made. Thank you.
You told us, the doctor told you, this is no basic fight.
Correct.
From roughly May 15th until, well, on roughly May 15th, you learned that somebody had died in this fight that you'd been involved with.
Correct.
And you waited 7 months before you'd talk about it
Under advice of my attorney, yes.
because you were worried you might get arrested and prosecuted for this.
Say that.
And your expectation is that by coming in here and testifying to us today, that you're not going to get prosecuted for anything, right?
Correct.
Have you talked with Jack SNYDER since this happened?
We have, yeah. We're friends.
You and Jack remain friends, right?
Correct.
In fact, you've talked about this very incident together, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever gone back to the scene?
No.
Prior to coming in here and testifying today, how many times have you watched those videos that you watched with us today?
About two times, 2 to 3 times.
That's it?
I want to say, yeah.
How many times have you reviewed the police reports of your statements?
Are you saying the interview video?
Well, okay, tell me about that. You watched your own interview video?
I have.
How many times you watched that?
3 times.
3 times? 3 times you watched a video of yourself giving a statement on December 6th?
Correct.
Why'd you have to watch it 3 times?
Because we're 3 years now from that moment, and I still live my life, do my things, and I've been trying to put this in the past. So I have to watch that video and remember what my statement was.
Well, you don't want to come in and deviate from that at all, do you?
Lastly, let the witness answer the question.
Allow the witness to ask the question. Thank you.
Saying, like, I just have, I don't know, I have to watch it. I remember stuff, but I might forget a little, like, key couple stuffs that I just have to, memorize my memory of. People don't always remember things 3 years later.
Hard to tell the same story twice.
I wouldn't say that.
Not if you watch a video of yourself doing it 3 times.
I mean, it's always not going to be perfect, but everything will be around the same, as long as you're telling the truth.
When was the last time you watched that video?
Today is Friday.
Today is Friday.
Tuesday.
3 days ago, you watched the video of yourself giving your statement
Correct.
from beginning to end.
Correct.
Did you pause it?
Yes.
Go back over it a few times in certain spots?
Not really.
Didn't want to deviate from it, did you?
I just really wanted to watch it and revamp my memory.
Well, that original statement was what you recalled at the time 3 years ago, right?
Correct.
And so now you've watched it 3 times as recently as Tuesday in order to come in today and testify under this immunity agreement.
No objection, ask the answer.
Sustained.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Any redraw?
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Tyler, counsel just asked you about the moments at the end of the fight when you get pushed out into the road. And I think you said during your testimony it was about 5, 6, 7 seconds at that time. What are you doing at that moment when you're pushed out into the road?
I'm looking back at a big crowd of people in chaos screaming towards my way.
Are they advancing towards you? Are you advancing towards them? Is the fight over at that point?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you recall whether or not the fight was over at that?
Yeah, the fight was over.
And counsel asked you a little bit about, at some point, State's Exhibit 69. Towards the end of that video, fair enough to say? This is what you're talking about?
Correct.
Shortly after the end of this video, a few seconds go by and you look to your left
The car is moving.
and the car's moving, right? So when you get in the car, Shortly after this video ends, when you get in the car, counsel indicated you got in the back, driver's side?
Yeah.
Who's in the car when you get back in the car?
Defendant and Jack Schneider.
So the defendant was already in the car when you got back in the car?
Correct.
No further questions.
Anything on that limited cross, to redirect, excuse me?
Thank you.
You just told the state's attorney that at that point, the fight was over, right?
Correct.
Because that big crowd of people said, "Fight's over"?
Objection with the front.
Sustained.
In that picture, sir, what are you doing with your hands?
Holding them up like that.
Hitching up your pants, right? Hitching up your pants because you're not sure what's going to happen with that crowd of people, right?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
I'll allow it.
You could say that.
Your expectation at that point was, these folks might still be coming at me, right?
Correct.
You couldn't see Mr. Valley at that point
Not
because the people were still surrounding Mr. Valley, right?
what I've seen.
Not that you saw. Did those people just disappear?
No. They were there, but I didn't see any fighting going on.
But you're hitching up because you don't know what's going to happen,
Objection
right?
has been answered.
Sustained.
But the fight was over.
My opinion, yes, it was.
Did you feel safe right there?
After what just happened, no.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Nothing further. Your Honor.
All right. Please watch your steps, you exit. Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls MACKENZIE TRAFECANTE to the stand, please.
Please come on up into the witness box. Kindly remain standing. Clerk is going to put you under oath to your right hand. Please, if you just pay attention.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury. If so, please say I do. Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, and address for the record.
Mackenzie TRAFECANTE.
And just your town, the town you're in.
Hi, Mackenzie. How you doing today?
I'm okay.
Okay. So I'm gonna have you take a couple deep breaths, okay? If you want a drink of water, you can do that before we start. It's really difficult to hear in this courtroom, so I'm gonna have you just speak as loud as you can. Keep your voice up as much as you can, okay? And that microphone does amplify slightly, so if you can speak closer to that, that'd be great, okay?
Okay.
So Mackenzie, how are you feeling today?
Anxious a little bit, just being in the room, obviously. A little emotional, but I know I'll be okay.
Okay. So a little bit nervous?
Yes.
If you need to stop at any point, just let us know, okay? Mackenzie, I'm going to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. Do you remember that day and why?
That was an awful day. One of my good friend's younger brothers died that day.
Previous to today, do you recall meeting with me, Mackenzie?
Yes.
Okay, and why do we meet?
We met to prep me for the trial as a witness.
And Are you prepared to testify today?
Yes.
How old are you, Mackenzie?
I'm 20 years old.
And do you have a nickname? Do people call you something other than Mackenzie?
Not really. Mainly by my full name, Mackenzie.
And do you go to school?
Yes, I go to Fairfield University.
And what year are you?
I'm a rising senior.
And what is your major?
Finance and accounting.
You're home for the summer. What are you doing for the summertime?
Working.
In your area, your field?
Yes.
And other than when you're in school, you indicated that you live in Shelton.
Yes.
And who do you live in Shelton with?
I live with my family, my 4 older sisters, and my mom and dad.
Did you attend Shelton schools growing up in Shelton?
Yes.
All schools, including high school, or did you attend a different high school than a Shelton high school?
So up until high school, and then I attended St. Joseph High School in Trumbull.
And you indicated St. Joe's is located in Trumbull, Connecticut.
Yes.
And what year did you graduate St. Joe's?
2022.
Did you play any sports at St. Joe's or do any activities?
I was a cheerleader and a lacrosse player.
I'm going to direct your attention to the year of 2022. Were you a student at St. Joseph High School at that time?
Yes.
And what year were you?
I was a senior.
In May of 2022, were you dating anyone?
Yes.
And who were you dating?
Lido Valley.
Does Lido go by a different name,
Raul.
but you would refer to him as Lido?
Yes.
How long did you and Lido date?
3 months at the end of the year.
And what year was Lido in school when you were dating him?
Junior.
Mackenzie, do you happen to see Lido here today in the courtroom?
Yes.
If you can please just point him out and describe what he's wearing.
He's wearing a black suit and tie.
Let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is identifying the defendant in court.
Court will allow the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valle. Thank you.
Mackenzie, was it really difficult for you to just do that?
Yes.
Is this the first time you've seen Lido since the date of incident?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Mackenzie, I'm going to refer to Lido as the defendant moving forward, or Lido, I'm going to be going back and forth just so you're aware, okay? But I'm talking about the same person. How did you and the defendant meet?
We went to the same high school. I met him that year, my senior year.
And were you in the same friend group as Lido?
He was a grade below me, but mutual friends, I guess, yeah.
And I'm going to direct your attention back to May of 2022. What occurred on May 13th of 2022?
I had my senior prom.
And did you attend the prom?
Yes.
And who did you go with?
Lido.
And after the prom, did you do anything with your friends?
The night of the prom, there was a arcade thing that we went to. The next day, a bunch of my friends went up to a prom house, which they rented a house in either New York or Vermont. I wanted to go, but my parents didn't want me to go because they didn't think it was safe, so they kept me home that next night.
So it's fair to say you did not attend that prom house in upstate New York with your friends?
Yes.
You stayed in the area of Shelton?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to the next day, May 14th of 2022. What, if anything, did you and the defendant do during the daytime hours?
We went to the beach.
And approximately how long were you at the beach on May 14th of 2022?
Maybe a couple hours. Sorry.
At some point later on in that evening, did you go back to the defendant's house?
Yeah, briefly.
And did you do something later on that evening with the defendant?
There was a party going on at a friend of mine's house. Her name is Madigan Lifer, and I guess she was having a party, so we planned to go there.
And you indicated you were friends with Madigan Lifer?
Yes.
How were you friends with her?
She grew up with me. She was from Shelton. We went to school together. She went to my high school. My dad coached her in lacrosse as well.
Was she on the lacrosse team as well with you?
Yes.
Now, were you personally invited to the party at Madigan Lifer's house?
I had just heard through other people, and I've been there a ton of times, so I knew that I was welcome.
Do you know what kind of a party? What was the occasion for the party?
I think it was mainly juniors who attended the party because her brother was a junior, Austin Leifer. I think he invited his football friends, some girls in their grade, and I think Maddie also had a couple girls in her grade who came.
Now, you say Maddie. Is that Madigan Lifer, Maddie short for Madigan?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, what was the address of the house of Madigan Lifer?
I know she lives on Lazy Brook. I don't know what the actual number is.
Now, prior to leaving to go to the party, do you recall what clothes the defendant put on before he left?
I remember he was wearing an Ole Miss t-shirt. It was blue.
Dark blue, light blue?
Yeah, light blue.
And how did you get to the party at Madigan Lifer's house?
That night, Jack SNYDER and Tyler DaSilva picked us up and drove us to the party.
And when you say Jack SNYDER and Tyler DaSilva, who came to pick you up? Who drove?
Jack SNYDER picked us up in his car and drove us.
And to your knowledge, what type of a car did Jack SNYDER drive? Or what type of what car did he pick you up in that night?
I don't know the car type. It looked a little bit bigger. It wasn't like a tiny vehicle, but I'm not sure what type of car.
Mackenzie, I'm showing you what's been admitted to evidence, states 30. Does this look like the vehicle that Jack SNYDER picked you up in that night? You can recall?
Yes.
Now, Mackenzie, when Jack came to pick you up, who else was in the vehicle at that point?
Tyler DaSilva.
And had you been in this Honda Pilot prior to you getting into it that night?
No.
Now, are you familiar with either Jack SNYDER or Tyler DaSilva?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with them?
They also went to my high school. They were on the football team, and I was a cheerleader.
So is it fair to say you, on occasion, hung out with them?
On occasion, they were in the grade below me, so if there was maybe a combined get-together or party that they would be at, that would probably be the main time I would see them.
And to your knowledge, were the defendant Tyler and Jack friends with the lifers?
Yes, they were friends with the younger brother, Austin, who was on their football team.
To your knowledge, do you know if Jack, Tyler, and the defendant were invited to the lifers' party?
I believe so, yeah.
Prior to arriving at Lazy Brook, Madigan Lifers and Austin Lifers' house, did Jack drive anywhere else?
I remember stopping to get alcohol somewhere. I didn't get out of the car, and it was dark, so I'm not sure where we had stopped, but it was brief.
Now, when you say stopping somewhere, was that at a liquor store? Were you able, do you have a recollection of it being a store? You can explain.
Either a store or a gas station, maybe.
And you indicated you did not get out of the car. Who got out of the car to get that alcohol?
I don't remember who exactly, but someone must have.
And to your knowledge, what type of alcohol was purchased?
Not sure.
Do you recall seeing the alcohol when the person who went to the store or the establishment to get it came back out?
I don't remember like any specific type or seeing it. They got it, but I don't remember.
So you don't recall the color of the alcohol either then?
No.
Now, after getting the alcohol, where did Jack drive to?
We drove to Lazy Brook.
The Lifers' house?
Yes.
And either on the way to the party or even prior to the party, getting to the party, had you been drinking any alcohol?
I might have had a sip or two in the car, but not really.
So if you had a sip or two in the car, do you recall what you were drinking?
No, maybe a seltzer or something around those lines.
Do you recall seeing if anyone else in the vehicle was drinking? Either either the defendant or Jack or DaSilva?
No, I don't recall.
And once you got to Lazy Brook, where did you go? How did you get into the house? How did you get into the party?
We went through the basement door. Madigan had had parties in the past. I've been to her house a ton of times, so normally we would just go through the basement door. The garage door, and then we'd be in the basement.
So the party was in the basement?
Yes.
And when you got to the party, approximately how many people did you see down in the basement?
I would say 40. That's a good number, I guess. 40, 50.
Did you recognize most of the individuals down in the basement?
Yes.
Would you say most, if not all of them, were St. Joe students?
Yes.
And when you got there, who did you hang out with?
So since there was a ton of underclassmen at the party, who I wasn't, super, super friendly with everybody, I just knew them, knew their faces. There was one girl that I was hanging out with majority of the party who was a senior. She was friends with Madigan.
Do you recall her name?
Sydney.
And did you hang out with Lido at all?
Throughout the party, I didn't see him at all, really.
To your recollection, do you know who the defendant was hanging out with?
I think majority of the party, he was with some of the football guys and some of his closer friends.
And did you observe people drinking at the party?
Yes.
Do you recall what type of alcohol they were drinking?
A mixture of probably vodka and beer, maybe.
Do you recall anyone playing games at the party?
I don't recall, no.
Now, you indicated that you had, you indicated in the car ride you might have had some alcohol. At the party, did you drink anything?
I had vodka at the party. I think someone had provided me with. I'm not sure who.
And do you recall if it was it a sip of vodka? Was it a cup of vodka? Was it vodka mixed with something else? And how many drinks would you say you had?
I probably took a couple shots that night. Nothing crazy.
When you say nothing crazy, nothing to the point where you felt intoxicated, where you couldn't stand, or you were vomiting, or you couldn't recall?
Yeah, none of that.
To your knowledge, was Lido drinking at the party?
Yes.
And how do you know this?
I just remember seeing many people at the party drinking. I think he was one of them.
Mackenzie, at some point, to your knowledge, did individuals show up at the party who were not St. Joe students?
At the time, I wasn't aware of it. I think after that incident had happened, it was running around the party. There was like a rumor around the party that people had shown up.
So is it fair to say that you didn't see these individuals, you were not aware who these individuals were, and you didn't know what school they went to?
No, I didn't see any of them.
Did you learn at some point that something happened between these individuals that came to the party that were either uninvited and who weren't from St. Joe's?
When they had left, we had found out that someone had shown up because whoever was outside in the garage at that time, so I was in the basement, people were in the garage, they had come back in and kind of announced to the party that boys had shown up. And I think that maybe there was some type of connection between them. I wasn't sure what.
So is it fair to say you stayed in the basement for the majority of the party?
Yes.
You never witnessed any fight that occurred between the defendant, Tyler DaSilva, or Jack Snyder with these individuals that came from a different high school?
Yeah, I didn't see any of that.
And at some point after you learned about this fight, did you observe the defendant and his friends?
I remember when some of the boys had rolled back into the house, they just seemed kind of drunk. And I did see them, yes, when they had come back in.
Mackenzie, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 53. Do you recognize who is in States 53?
I recognize both of those boys, yes.
Okay, and the individual who's in the light blue Ole Miss shirt, wearing the helmet and the pillow, who is that?
Lido.
And the individual who's wearing the red hoodie, who appears to be holding up a cell phone, who is that?
Jack Snyder.
Do you have a clear recollection of seeing these two boys that night appearing as such?
I remember them walking inside and looking like that, yes.
Do you know when that photograph was taken?
I believe this was after boys had shown up outside, because I think when they came back in, that's when word got around the party that people had shown up.
So it's your understanding this photograph was taken after the fight occurred?
Yes.
Do you recall the defendant putting on this helmet and this pillow at any point at the party?
I don't remember. I think I just saw him wearing it.
Did you wonder why he was wearing it?
No, I thought maybe he was drunk. He just kind of looked stupid.
And that blue bottle that he has in his hand, do you recall seeing that either in the car on the way to the party? Do you recall taking a sip from that bottle? Do you recall seeing that bottle at all?
Maybe through the picture, but I don't remember specifically that he was drinking that, no.
Now, Mackenzie, did you stay at Madigan Leifer's house for the remainder of the night?
We did not.
And why not?
Basically, I think the party might have been getting too big. And at one point, Madigan's parents, or at least her mom, came downstairs and started telling everybody to leave. So I guess the whole party started just moving towards the driveway. People were trying to figure out rides home. People were getting into random cars. So yeah,
So at some point you left the Leifer's house.
yes.
And when you left the Leifer's house, did you have a ride anywhere? Did you know where you were going to go?
Yeah, I was under the impression that Jack Snyder was going to bring me home.
So at some point, did you get into Jack Snyder's car again?
Yes.
And in addition to yourself, who else got into Jack Snyder's car?
I don't recall everybody. I can definitely say I think Lido, Tyler DaSilva, Keenan, Frazic, Dimitri. There might have been a couple other people, and those people I don't recall.
Now, you mentioned,
Now's a good time.
okay, I'll ask this final question. You mentioned the names Keenan Frazic, Demetrius, I don't know if you said Will.
Will, yes, as
Finwell.
well.
Are you familiar with those people?
I knew they went to my school. They were a grade below me. I wasn't super close with them, but I knew them, yeah.
But you have a direct recollection of them getting into the vehicle, Jack
Yes.
Snyder's vehicle?
Yeah.
When you got into the vehicle, do you recall where everyone was sitting?
Tyler DaSilva was sitting in the passenger seat. Jack Snyder was driving. And then 4 of us were squeezed into the back seat, and there was maybe one person in the trunk. I just don't know which one was in the trunk.
Do you recall sitting on the defendant's lap at any point?
I think I was lapped up in the back, yeah.
Alright. So we are going to move into our lunch recess at this point in time. We'll be in the recess room 2 o'clock, so we'll be back on the record at 2. And then have your lunch. Continue to remember your show of conduct. Please leave your notepad on the seat, and we'll be back in 2. Thank you. Court stands in recess. Come on up. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors before beginning.
State stipulates, Your Honor.
Thank you.
That stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, Attorney Messina, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mackenzie, welcome back. I believe we left off where you were talking about at the end of the party at the Lifers house. At some point, you got into Jack Snyder's car along with some other people. And what was your intention? What was the, where did you think you were going?
We were supposed to be going to, well, we did go to Trumbull High School.
When you got into Jack's car, did you have, what's wrong? Did you indicate to him that you wanted to go home?
Yes. At one point, I knew that he was driving me home.
So when you got into the car, you indicated Will Sinjwell was in that vehicle?
Yes.
Who else was in that vehicle?
Tyler DaSilva, Lido, Jack Snyder, Keenan, Dimitri, Will, and maybe somebody else who was trying to catch a ride to Trumbull High School.
Was there about 7 of you in there, is it fair to say?
Yes.
And when you got into the vehicle, did Jack take you home at that point?
No.
And where did you go?
A bunch of people from the party were meeting up at Trumbull High School, kind of relocating to hang out and maybe continue the party a little bit.
Were you familiar with Trumbull High School?
I've been there before. I guess we were just, a bunch of people were going to park their cars there in the parking lot.
And did Jack indeed go to Trumbull High School?
Yes.
When you arrived at Trumbull High School, where did Jack park?
I don't recall. In the same parking lot as all the other cars that were headed over from Maddie's house.
When you arrived there, did you indeed see other vehicles there?
Yes.
And do you remember interacting with anyone else, either from the party or otherwise?
When we got there, I was a captain on the cheerleading team, and I saw the freshman girls. They were surrounding a car, so I went over there and I hung out with them.
Were they at the Lifers party as well?
No.
So you went over and spoke to some of the freshman girls from the cheer team.
Yes.
Do you recall what the defendant and Jack Snyder and Tyler DaSilva were doing?
No.
Do you recall what Keenan or Demetrios or Will Sinjwell were doing?
No.
How long would you say you stayed at in the parking lot of Trumbull High School?
Maybe 25 minutes.
And do you recall, just going back, how long it took to get to Trumbull High School from the party at Lazy Brook?
Probably around 10 minutes.
And on the car ride to Trumbull High School, what was the vibe in the car, if you can recall?
The vibe was light to me. Music was playing, I think. That's about it.
Was any drinking going on in the car ride to Trumbull High School?
Probably.
Do you recall if you were drinking at all?
No.
Do you recall if the defendant was drinking?
No.
Do you recall if Jack or Tyler were drinking?
I think they were drunk, but I don't recall if they continued drinking at that point.
And how long would you say you stayed at Trumbull High School for?
About 25 minutes, maybe, or 30.
And at some point, did you leave the parking lot of Trumbull High School?
Yes.
Who got back into withdrawn? And did you get back into Jack's vehicle?
Yes.
Who else got back into Jack's vehicle to leave Trumbull High School?
The same kids as before. Should I go through them?
Nope, that's okay. Now, when you got back into Jack's car, where were you sitting at that point?
I was, I think, still sitting in the second row.
Were you on Lito's lap?
I don't recall.
Do you recall who was sitting in the passenger seat?
Tyler DaSilva.
And the individual sitting next to you in the back row, do you recall who those individuals were?
I can recall Will Singewald. I'm not sure about the other boys where they were sitting exactly.
Do you recall if anyone was in the trunk of the vehicle?
Maybe one kid.
Do you know?
I don't know which one.
Now, you got back in the vehicle. At that point, where did you think you were going?
Home.
And why did you think that?
If you live in Shelton, we were about to pass the reservoir, which was towards my house.
Did you indicate to Jack that you wanted to go home at that point?
Yes.
Now, at some point, withdrawn. Did Jack take you home at that moment?
No.
At some point while you were in the vehicle, were you made aware that some boys in the car were part of a texting chain or a texting conversation?
It was mentioned. I didn't know who was in it or what was going on in it.
Were you part of that texting chain?
No.
And how did you become aware that there was a texting chain going on?
It must have been mentioned at one point in the car. I think I just noticed that we had changed route. I think someone must have sent a text message in that group chat, and that's how I was aware.
Now, what was the atmosphere and the vibe in the car at this point? Once the texting chain had developed and you indicated that you were made aware of it, explain and describe what the vibe was in the car.
I definitely could tell that the vibe had changed. I was close to being home, and then it seemed like in an instant the boys were set on going to Tyler Rich's house.
Now, how did you become aware, withdrawn, are you familiar with Tyler Rich?
Yes.
And how do you know Tyler Rich?
I was good friends with him growing up. He was in my friend group, and I've been to his house a ton of times.
Did you attend schools with Tyler Rich?
Yes.
Other than high school?
Yes.
And you said you just indicated you've been to his house a ton of times?
To a bunch of his parties and hangouts.
Now, how did you become aware that you were going to Tyler Rich's house?
I just remember being close to my home, and I remember Ben taking a left towards Isinglass rather than going straight back, so I knew that we had changed direction.
So is it fair to say at some point you thought you were going home, you thought you were being dropped off at home? That did not occur because did you actually pass your street?
No.
But the car diverted to another direction?
Yes, and the two boys in the front had made it known that they were now going to Tyler's house.
Okay. So without obviously going into what they said, you became aware that that's where you were going?
Yes.
Do you recall hearing anything from Lido at that point regarding going to Tyler Rich's house or going to fight anyone, anything to that effect?
I don't remember him saying anything, but I had objected multiple times to us going, and he didn't stand up for me or say anything in that regard. I didn't want to go to Tyler Rich's house.
Why didn't you want to go to Tyler Rich's house, Mackenzie?
Because I grew up in Shelton, and a bunch of people who I was friends with I knew would probably be at that party. So it seemed as if there was some type of confrontation going on between them, and I knew I didn't want to be a part of it.
Do you recall the address of Tyler Rich's house offhand?
Laurel Glen, I'm not sure what number.
And was there anyone in particular in the vehicle that was pushing going to Tyler Rich's house more so than anyone else?
I would say that Jack SNYDER and Tyler DASILVA in the front were pushing it. Jack was one driving, and I had pleaded with him multiple times that I wanted to go home, and it seemed like he was adamant about going.
On the way to Tyler Rich's house, who, if anyone, did you have contact with on your phone?
As soon as I was made aware that they were now headed to Tyler Rich's house, I had texted my sister, and I had asked her to pick me up from Tyler Rich's house.
And why did you do that?
I knew I didn't want to be at Tyler Rich's house. I didn't want to be anywhere near his house. A lot of the people there were my friends, so I didn't want to get involved.
Based on the conversation you heard on the car, as well as just your overall gut feeling, did you know something something bad was going to happen in going to that house?
I had a I assumed it wasn't going to be friendly. I assumed it was going to be some type of confrontation.
Now, at some point, did you arrive at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Now, Mackenzie, if you can look, if I just may approach the witness, Your Honor. Mackenzie, this is state's, I think it's 52. Yes, state 52. In this exhibit, are you able to show the jury, and there is a pointer there, where Jack Snyder parked his vehicle once arriving at Tyler Rich's house? If you can't, in this exhibit, I can show you another exhibit.
Assuming that this is his driveway, I think we were parked facing that way, right there.
So the message is that the witnesses using a pointer to point to the bottom half of state 52 and directed her pointer over to the right-hand side of the exhibit as well.
All right, that'll be reflected on the record, thank you.
Mackenzie, I am going to show you another exhibit. This is exhibit 49. You can look on your screen there. So this is a more pulled back picture of State 52. If you could describe in State 49 where Jack Snyder pulled up to Tyler Rich's house on that day. If you could just use your words to describe it. You can't point on the screen, it doesn't show up on them.
I remember he had pulled up probably near the driveway.
Okay, so I'm going to use this pen here. You're indicating that Jack Snyder pulled his vehicle up around this area?
Yes.
Okay. Was it directly in front of the driveway, or was it more to the right-hand side? Was it back more? And you can stop me with my pen.
I would say closer to the driveway.
So maybe around this area?
Yes.
Okay. Let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the state is pointing to the middle to bottom portion of the exhibit towards the driveway of State 49.
Court will reflect the information on the record, thank you.
Now, when you arrived, Mackenzie, can you explain to the members of the jury what you saw initially? And what I mean by that is, did you seek anyone out on the road? Did you see anyone out on the front lawn of 43 Laurel Glen? What did you observe?
Before we had pulled up to the house, I had climbed over the back seat and hidden in the trunk. I didn't want to be seen. I didn't want to be there. So I don't remember seeing who or anyone in the crowd. I would say I maybe remember one or two people coming up towards the back, and someone even said hi to me.
When you got into the trunk of Jack's car, who, if anyone, was in the trunk with you?
Either Keenan or Dimitri. I'm not sure which one.
Back of the trunk, was there windows in the trunk of the vehicle?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall sitting on items in the back of the trunk? Were there other items in the trunk that you were sitting on because there wasn't enough room?
I think there was probably some items around that I just was sitting over.
Were you able to see out the back of the trunk area? Meaning, was there a window out the back of the trunk?
I don't remember looking out the back of the trunk, so.
So you indicated you were able to see a few people. When Jack pulled up, did you initially see anyone, or was there a moment in time that passed before people started coming out of the house and approaching the car?
It seems like there had been a group that formed outside, maybe. The one or two people that I saw was because I think they came up to the back window in the second row and then looked back, and I was kind of in the trunk.
Now, do you know if anyone from your vehicle alerted on the texting chat that you had arrived?
I have no idea.
Now, when you saw these one or two individuals that you just indicated come up to the car, did you recognize them?
Yes.
And who did you recognize them as?
I remember, at the least, I remember Faison coming up to me.
Did you have interaction with Faison?
Yes, it seemed friendly.
Okay. And were any windows rolled down in the Honda Pilot that you were in?
The driver one and the one that Faison came in and said hi to me.
The one that Faison came in to say hi to you, was that the one that Lito was sitting closest to, or either Keenan or Will that you indicated were sitting closer to?
I'm not sure.
when he came over to you and without telling anyone what he said, were you able to hear him through the open window?
When he acknowledged me, I heard him, yeah.
And when he acknowledged you, did you respond back to him?
Yeah.
And what did you say?
I think I just said hi back.
How do you know Faison?
I didn't know him too well, but he went to my schools, so I knew him through, middle school and maybe intermediate school.
Do you know his last name?
No.
Now, if you can explain to the members of the jury from what you can remember, did any additional people come out of Tyler Rich's house and approach the vehicle?
It seemed like at one point, somebody from the outside had approached the driver's seat window, so Jack SNYDER, and it seemed like there was maybe some type of confrontation going on there.
When you say that, what did you hear, what did you observe as far as you terming it a confrontation?
I didn't hear anything specific that stood out. It just seemed that maybe they were arguing back and forth through the window.
Withdrawn. At some point, no, withdrawn. Did you see anyone throwing anything at the vehicle that you were in? Was anything thrown from the vehicle that you were in back out onto the lawn or at individuals from Tyler Rich's house? Do you remember any of that?
I don't remember seeing anyone outside throwing anything, just because I was kind of hidden a little bit, but I do remember hearing a bunch of noises coming, maybe banging on the car or something like that.
Do you recall the car being rocked at all? Do you recall anyone standing on the bumper of the car and moving the car at all?
I don't recall.
When you were in the trunk, Mackenzie, you just indicated that you were kind of hiding. Were you almost laying down in the back of the trunk?
I think so, yeah.
Did you hear Lito saying anything to anyone during that interaction at all?
No.
Do you recall how long that interaction occurred between the kids from Tyler Rich's house and the individuals in your vehicle?
No more than a couple minutes.
And what, if anything, happened next that you can recall?
I remember it seemed like things were being thrown at the car, so there was a little chaos there, and then we just immediately started driving down the street.
Do you remember anyone telling Jack to drive off?
No.
Now, when you say went down the street, I'm going to direct your attention to states. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Case 1, Mackenzie, you can use that pointer again. So this is the area, Lower Glen, Farmhouse Lane, it's all Adam Drive. This little red dot here in front of Case 1 is 43 Lower Glen. Can you indicate to members of the jury where you indicate Jack SNYDER drove his car down?
We were parked right here, and he drove this way.
So down Laurel Glen Drive, towards Farmhouse Lane. Where your pointer is now, are you indicating where we'll withdraw? At some point, did Jack SNYDER stop the vehicle down Laurel Glen Drive?
So he had originally stopped it right here.
Okay. Did he only go down Laurel Glen Drive once and stop, or did he drive back and forth several times?
I don't remember him driving back.
So it's your recollection that he drove down once and stopped on Laurel Glen?
Yes.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness is pointing to the area on Laurel Glen Drive, say, three-fourths down the street on Laurel Glen, right before 36 Laurel Glen Drive.
All right, that'll be reflected on the record. Thank you.
Now, Mackenzie, you had indicated just now that Jack had stopped his vehicle about three-fourths down the road on Laurel Glen Drive. Why did he stop his vehicle? Do you recall saying something to him to make him stop his vehicle? To your knowledge, why did he stop his vehicle?
I believe me, at least, wanted to get out of the vehicle.
Okay. Did you tell him to stop his vehicle?
I'm not sure. I must have said something yeah.
Did you tell him you wanted to get out? What was your demeanor at that point? Were you crying? Were you yelling? Were you screaming? Explain to the members of the jury.
I was very upset that we had gone there in the first place. I guess I was angry that we were there.
Do you recall crying at all?
No.
Who were you angry with?
Mainly, I was angry that Lito hadn't, stood up and said, let's not go there because I was objecting a lot in the car. And then I was also angry with Jack Snyder and Tyler because they also knew that I didn't want to go.
You just wanted to go home?
Yes.
Now, you indicated earlier to members of the jury you were in the trunk of the vehicle. At some point, did you get out of Jack Snyder's car?
Yes.
And how did you, describe how you got out? Did you pop open the trunk? Did you jump over seats? How did you get out of the vehicle?
When the car came to a stop, I crawled over the seat and I got out of the side door and I immediately walked to the end of the road and sat on the curb.
At some point, did other people also get out of the vehicle?
I think after, yeah, I think they did.
Do you know who got out?
I'm not sure exactly who at that point in time got out.
I'm going to be showing you State's Exhibit, State's 44. You can view this on the screen you have in front of you. I'm just going to play this through, okay? Mackenzie, did you see yourself getting out of that vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, and what, can you indicate to the members of the jury what you saw yourself doing in State's 44?
I got out of the car and my arms were crossed, I think because I was mad, and I just walked to the end of the street and sat down. I was facing the opposite way.
Can I have that pointer, Mackenzie? Mackenzie, in pointing to State's 44, I'm going to direct your attention. You can look on this big screen here. Pointing here, is that you sitting on the curb there?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall at this point if anyone else in State's 44 in this vehicle here, this is Jack Snyder's vehicle, if anyone else got out at that point?
At that moment, I was alone at the end of the road, so maybe they got out.
Now, from your recollection that night, you don't recall anyone else getting out because you just indicated you were sitting on the curb. What were you doing when you were sitting on the curb? Demonstrate to members of the jury what you were doing physically.
I had gotten to the curb and I called my sister Madison and I was just making sure that she was on her way to pick me up and just asking her her ETA.
Were you looking around? Did you have your head in your hand, your head in your hands? Were you slumped over at all? Explain to members of the jury what you were doing.
Yeah, I was slumped over, kind of just on my phone in a little bubble, calling her, texting her.
I'm going to direct your attention again to State's 44. If you can look at the rest of the video, Mackenzie. Mackenzie, pointing to State's 44, you see these two individuals here? I don't know if you can see. So this individual here, as well as this individual here, do you know who those two individuals are that just got out of the vehicle?
Can you replay it one more time, please?
Sure.
Go until he gets out of there. People back.
So referring to State's 44, those two individuals that just got out of the vehicle, you're walking down towards the curb, you sit down. Do you know who those two individuals are?
I believe the one coming out of the driver's seat is Tyler DaSilva, and the other one, maybe Lito.
Now, Mackenzie, you see here in State's 44 that you're sitting on the curb here, right? At some point, do you leave that curb area? Can you recall if you left that curb area and went to a different curb or a different area of the street?
I don't recall. I remember being on a curb.
Is it possible you left that curb area and went somewhere else?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for
I'll withdraw
speculation.
it. Now, Mackenzie, at some point when you were sitting in that curb area or a different curb area, did you see anyone from Shelton High School approach?
I didn't see anyone come up and approach me.
And when I say Shelton High School, I mean the individuals from 43 Laurel Glen from Tyler's party. Do you recall anyone approaching you or approaching that area?
No, not me. I did recall maybe some some noise coming from behind me. I hadn't looked over, and I was on my phone, so I don't remember who.
So you had indicated earlier before we played States 44 that you were on your phone and you were contacting who again?
My sister.
And what were you saying to your sister at that point?
I had already texted her before we even arrived to Tyler's house. As soon as the direction changed, I had texted her saying that I was going to need a ride from Tyler's house. So when I had called her, when I got out of the car, I was just making sure that she was on her way there.
Now, Mackenzie, you saw yourself get out of Jack's vehicle. At some point, either simultaneously to when you were getting out of the vehicle or prior to, did you hear anything about a knife being talked about?
I don't remember in the car. I don't think that was the case. I remember at one point, maybe when I was getting out and leaving the area, I heard someone say something about a knife.
Do you know who that was?
I'm not sure.
And did it alarm you when you heard this information about a knife?
I didn't really even, I overlooked it completely. I just didn't think anything of it. I didn't think anything would have happened with a knife.
So you heard talk of a knife. You don't know if it was the defendant who said it or anyone else in the vehicle.
Yes.
Do you know how close you were to that conversation you heard about a knife? Do you know if it was when you were getting out of the vehicle? Do you know it was when you were standing by the vehicle? Do you have any recollection of when you heard it?
I believe it was I think it was when I was walking away. I don't remember the conversation being had. I don't remember what they had been talking about.
At any point when you were sitting on that curb, did you see Lido?
At one point, the boys that were in the car had walked down to the end of the street where I was sitting. I had offered all of them rides home, and including Lido, I offered him a ride home. So I saw him at that moment.
So when you say all the boys, Lido walked down there, Jack SNYDER walked down there. Oh, well, withdrawn. Did Jack SNYDER walk down there as well?
I don't know.
Okay. Tyler DASILVA walked down there. Keenan Frasick walked down there. Will Sinjwal walked down there. And Demetrios Arfanis walked down there.
Yes.
And what did you offer them?
I told them that my sister would be there in a couple minutes, and anybody who wanted to leave could get into my car, and I would drive them home.
And you told all of them that? Every single person that I just indicated?
Yes, I told all of them. 3 of them accepted the offer. Will, Keenan, and Dimitri. They sat down on the curb with me, and then I also offered to the other 2 boys, and they were adamant about not coming with me.
So they did not want to go with you and your sister and leave the area?
Yes.
When you say adamant, how were they acting?
They seemed like they were getting hyped up a little bit. I felt like I was begging at one point for them to just not go back down there. My sister's going to be here in 2 minutes. Please come back with me.
Why were you begging them?
I could tell that there was 50 guys that are about to, they're having confrontation. It was scary. It was not a good scene, and I knew that nothing good could come out of it. So I was just kind of begging them to, leave the area. Let's go back home. Let me drop you guys off.
At some point, when you were sitting on the curb area, what was drawn? Did Will, Keenan, and Dimitri come and sit down with you and join you on the curb?
Yes.
When Tyler and Lido, as you indicated, denied or objected to going home with your sister, where do you recall them going?
I just remember I offered them the ride multiple times, and they declined, and it seemed like they had just disappeared. They ran off.
At some point, well, withdrawn. Was Jack's car still in the area at that point?
It may have been. I don't remember exactly where, but definitely somewhere down the road.
Do you have a recollection of Tyler and Lido getting back into Jack's car and going back towards Tyler Rich's house?
I just remember them leaving. I don't remember if they walked down there or drove their car down there.
When they left the area, who was left where you were?
It was me, Keenan, Dimitri, and Will.
When you were sitting there waiting for your sister to show up, did you hear anything at all from down the street near Tyler Rich's house?
I heard noise, but I had been hearing noise and, loud talking or shouting all night. So I just assumed that it was the same thing.
From your vantage point and sitting on the curb area down Laurel Glen, if you were to withdraw, did you look down Laurel Glen towards Tyler Rich's house? Did you see anything going on? Were you able to see anything from your vantage point?
I didn't see anything. I also wear glasses or contacts, so I just don't think we were really looking in that direction. Me, Keenan, Dimitri, and Will were maybe a little bit in conversation.
And at some point, did your sister come pick you up?
Yes.
And your sister's name?
Madison.
And when Madison came to pick you up, did anyone else get in the vehicle with you?
So she pulled up at the end of the road. I got into the passenger seat. Keenan and Dimitri got into the back, and we were waiting to see if Will needed to ride home. He was on the phone with his girlfriend, trying to get in contact with her to see if she would pick him up instead.
So Will did not enter your sister's car?
No, he was waiting near the passenger door next to me.
Did your sister wait before his girlfriend came to pick him up, or did you leave the area before that occurred?
She was waiting to see what he was going to do.
And indicate again where you got into your sister's car and where Keenan and Dimitri got into your sister's car?
I got into the passenger seat, and they got into the second row in the back of me.
Mackenzie, I'm showing you stage 44. This is a video taken. You can describe to members of the jury, well, indicate if you recognize your sister's car at all, and if you recognize or if you see Jack Snyder's car at all. I'm going to play it through once, okay?
I believe that's Jack Snyder's car passing from the one in the front, and then
Laurel Glen?
blowing up. Yeah,
And that car that just stopped right there, whose car is that?
that's my sister.
Is that when you and Dimitri and Keenan got into your sister's vehicle?
Yes.
Do you recall this happening?
Yeah, we had gotten into the vehicle. As I said, I was waiting to see if Will needed a ride home, and we were connecting to the Bluetooth.
Now, Mackenzie, at some point, did anyone else get into your vehicle at that moment or that shortly after that moment?
Yes.
Okay. And, excuse me, who else got into that vehicle?
At one point, Lido maybe came from behind the car, and he kind of came up to the window, the passenger seat window, and he asked quickly to my sister, he said, "Hey, Maddie, can I get a ride home?"
Was that before or after Jack's car drove off as you see it?
I think after.
Now, he came up to your passenger side window or Madison's passenger side window?
To my window.
And he asked your sister through your window if he can get a ride home?
Yes.
When you were withdrawn, how was the lighting at that point? Were you able to observe Lido? Did you observe any injuries on him? Did he look like he had just been in a fight? If you can explain.
He quickly came up to the window, and I didn't observe anything. I didn't observe him looking like there was any marks or anything on him. And then he just quickly got into the back seat.
When he got into the back seat, did he sit directly behind you?
Yes.
And at some point, did your sister Madison drive off from out of the area to take the individuals in her car home and also bring you home with her?
Yes, we were facing away from Tyler's house, and we drove, continued to drive that way.
So down Laurel Glen?
Yes.
Withdrawn. Well, down Laurel Glen towards Farmhouse, or did you turn around and go back towards Adams, towards Tyler Rich's house?
We did not go back towards his house. We continued going, I guess, towards Farmhouse. Yeah.
Now, on the car ride back to everyone's designated houses, explain or describe the atmosphere in the car. Was there music playing? Were people talking?
So we had the music playing pretty loudly. There was no talking in the back, or none that I heard. I didn't hear anyone talking in the back. I was already kind of in a bad mood, so I was just kind of sitting in the front.
When you say the music was playing loudly, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Was it so loud that you couldn't even hear your sister talk? Explain the loudness.
It was pretty loud, I would say. We normally play the music pretty loud in the car, and yeah.
Did you recall hearing Lido say anything in the car?
No.
Did you have any conversations with Lido?
No.
And why not?
I was very angry this night because I didn't want to go to Tyler Rich's house. Once again, I had a lot of friends that were there, so I just didn't want to get involved during the middle of it. So I think I was just very upset that we had been there, so there was no conversations really going on.
And who did your sister drop off first, if you can recall?
Keenan and Dimitri, they were staying together at one of their houses.
And then at some point after your sister dropped off Keenan and Dimitri, it was you and Lido and your sister left in the vehicle.
Yes.
And was there conversation, and withdrawn, where does Keenan and Dimitri live? Whoever's house you went to, do you recall where they live, what town?
I think Trumbull.
Now, going from Trumbull back to where Lido lived, do you recall what town Lido lives in?
Milford.
Going back from Trumbull back to Milford where Lido lived, was there conversation in the vehicle between you and him, your sister?
No.
It was silent.
Yes.
Do you recall how long it took your sister to go from Trumbull, from Keenan's house, to Lido's house?
I would say 15 minutes max.
And what happened, withdrawn, did your sister indeed get to Lido's house?
Yes.
And what happened when you got to Lido's house?
He then asked me if I could step outside with him.
Out of the car?
Yes.
And did you indeed step out of the car?
No.
And why not?
I didn't want to talk to him.
And when you refused to get out of the vehicle, what happened next?
He just left.
And your sister left?
Yes.
Mackenzie, while you're in the car ride from Laurel Glen to drop off the kids in your car, did you receive any FaceTime calls or any Snapchat messages from friends of yours?
So on my way back home to my house, I got a text message from a group chat with girls that I went to high school with.
Now, without telling us what they said, just tell us the vibe of what it was.
It seems like someone had heard that there was a fight. So there was maybe rumors going around. Someone said, there was talk about a stabbing, that someone had been stabbed.
Were these friends of yours that were local, or were these friends of yours that were in upstate New York at the prom house, as you indicated earlier in your testimony?
They were at the prom house.
Prom house. So these were girls that were in upstate New York that had heard about what had happened at 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
And did you receive any other messages from anyone else?
So initially, after that message, we had a little group FaceTime call, and I guess everybody was just confused. We didn't know what was going on. We didn't believe that anything had happened. We were like, there's no way that something like that could have happened. So I even was like, I just dropped him off. I don't believe that could have happened. What then started to make me nervous was I received a Snapchat from Rosie McGrath and Peyton Keeman. And when I went to go look to see what they had said, it seemed like there was some foul language, and that definitely made me, I was nervous. I didn't know what was going on, and I was confused why they were reaching out to me.
Did you respond to that Snapchat message?
No, I didn't open them.
Now, in addition to dropping Lido off, in the car ride home from Lido's house, so after you dropped Lido off, in the car ride home to Lido's house, did you engage in any text message conversations with him?
So when I received that phone call from my friends, as well as from Rosie and her friend, I immediately texted Lito and I asked him what was going on.
And why did you ask him that?
Because in the messages from my friends, they indicated that there was a rumor going around that he had been in a fight and that he had stabbed someone. And people were throwing around names to see like who had maybe been involved.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor? May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Oh, yes. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor? Sure. Thank you. Mackenzie, may I approach the witness, Your Honor? Mackenzie, I'm showing you what's been marked as states 97 through 101, right, for this zoning at this point. Right, you recognize that document, and there's several pages to that document, but do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you recognize that document to be?
These were text messages between me and Lito.
Now, do you know the defendant's number offhand as you sit here today?
No.
Okay, and at some point, did you have an opportunity when you started dating Lito to exchange phone numbers with him?
Yes.
And when you exchanged phone numbers with him, did you put a name, you got the phone number, did you put a name associated with that phone number?
Yes.
And what name did you associate his phone number with?
Lito.
And at times while you were when you were dating him, did you have opportunities to text message him, have phone conversations with him? And when you did you access this number under the name Lito in your phone?
Yes.
And these text messages you see here, when were those text messages produced?
After I had dropped him off on the way home to my house.
Now, in looking at states 97 through 101 in the text messages, is there a back and forth conversation between you and Lito at this time?
Yes.
I would ask to be marked as a full exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Court will accept into evidence as states full exhibits 97 through 101.
Now, Mackenzie, I'm showing you what's now been marked as full exhibits 97 through 101. Well, actually, hold on. I'm showing you here what's been marked as exhibits 97 through 101. In looking at 97, can you see that clearly on your screen? I know it's a little blurry.
Yes.
Now, in looking at 97, you see
It's a little blurry now.
what about now?
Yeah, that's good.
Autofocus. One moment. That works better.
Just zoom in.
Okay. you see that on there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the blue writing that you see there, whose handwriting, or withdrawn, whose text messaging is the blue?
That's mine.
And the white that you see there in States 97, whose is that?
Leo's.
Okay. Now, Mackenzie, I'm going to ask that you read, I'm going to read your parts into the record and publish it, and you are going to read Lito's parts into the record, okay?
Okay.
So in States 97, you indicate, and you said you contacted Lito first?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicate, are you fucking serious? I hate you. Someone just called me and said you stabbed someone. You just ruined everything, Lito. Literally ruined everything for me. Answer the phone. IDK, what to do? Everyone is texting me. What does IDK mean?
I don't know.
And if you can read Lito's parts, please.
I didn't do anything. I wasn't there. Stop texting anyone. Stop answering.
Now I'm going to show you States 98, which is a continuation of the text messaging. Can you see that clearly on your end?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to read your parts. Lito, everyone knows who you are. Everyone knows you're my boyfriend. And what has Lito said?
I know.
Then you say, Lito, everyone's texting me. What does he say?
Stop answering what happened.
And you say, don't talk to me. And what does he say?
Okay, stop answering anyone.
And then you say, you fucked up, Lito. And what does he say?
How? I wasn't there.
And then you say, if my parents find out. Showing you States 99. Can you see that clearly?
Yep.
Stop saying that, you said. And then what do you say?
Okay, stop texting, please, Kens.
And then you say, I'm not texting anyone. And then what does Lito say?
Don't text me. I'm going to Florida.
And then you say, they're texting me. When? Lito, I need you to answer me, please. And what does he say?
What, Kens?
And then you say, I'm so scared. What's going on? Showing you States 100. In the blue, you say, I'm shaking. Can you please tell me? I won't tell anyone. I swear. And what do you say?
I can't text anything.
And then you say, I'm so scared. And then what does he say?
I wasn't there.
And you say, what's happening? And then what does Lito say?
You know I wasn't there.
And you say, I'm so scared, Lito. What's happening? Please answer me. And then you say,
Nothing is happening.
withdrawn. Lito says.
Nothing is happening.
And then finally, States 101.
Nothing is happening.
And then you say, can you call me please when I get home? And he says,
Yes.
and then you say, Lito, his sister just texted me. I'm so scared. I don't want to look. And you said,
What did she?
withdrawn. Lito says,
What did she say? Swipe it.
and then you say, IDK, I don't know. I'm so scared. And Lito says,
Don't answer anyone.
now, Mackenzie, prior to you text messaging Lito, did he ever mention anything about going to Florida before you went to the party at Laurel Glen or anything at all? Going to Florida on vacation or going to Florida the next day?
No.
So the first time you heard about him going to Florida was in these text messages.
Yes.
After this text message conversation with Lito, did you have any other communication with him?
As I was still in the car, I called him. He answered, and for about less than 2 minutes, I continued to ask him what was going on. I'm hearing all these things. What's happening? What's going on?
What was his response?
He said, I wasn't there. I didn't do anything. What are you talking about?
So he kept denying that he was there, kept denying that he did anything.
Yes.
And this phone call was before or after you arrived at your house?
It might have been, I was still sitting in the car in the driveway.
And for how long did it last for?
It was under 2 minutes, and I remember hearing voices in the background.
You were hearing voices in the background. Did you recognize those voices?
No.
Mackenzie, when was the last time you saw Lito prior to today?
That night.
Now, after the text messages with Lito and also the brief conversation you had, did you realize at that point the severity of what occurred at 43 Laurel Glen?
I was in shock, but I also didn't fully believe that something bad had happened. I now at this point was thinking to myself there must have been a fight between boys, like a fist fight, and maybe a bunch of kids got kind of beat up or black eyes and stuff. I didn't even think that anything else could have happened.
Mackenzie, I'm going to show you a photograph which has been marked as Face 57. Mackenzie, do you recognize who this person is in this photograph?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Jimmy McGrath.
And are you familiar with Jimmy?
I grew up with Jimmy.
And at what point, Mackenzie, did you learn about what happened that night to Jimmy?
When I had gotten home, I went to bed. I figured I'd wake up in the morning and it would have died down, or, you know, if there was a fight, something would have died down. And I was woken up in the middle of the night. The police wanted to come question me. So I went downstairs to my kitchen table with my sister. And I remember my parents went to the door to open it up for the police, and I just remember my mom screaming. And then at this point, I was like, what's going on? Something seriously bad must have happened. Still, I didn't know the extent to what had happened. So they sat down, they just asked me about my day, like you're doing, about my night. And when they had left, my parents had told me that Jimmy had passed.
And what was your reaction, Mackenzie?
That was the worst news, the worst night of my life. I fell to the floor. My entire family fell to the floor. And it was just the worst news I've ever received.
I just may have one moment, Your Honor. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Trafficante.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before, correct?
Yes.
Sorry, when I ask a question, you just have to make sure you answer out loud so that the court reporter can catch it, okay?
Okay.
And we got to compete also with this fan up here that's going, all right?
Okay.
So you told us that in May of 2022, at that point, you'd been dating Mr. Valle for about 3 months?
Yes.
And you were a senior at that point, fixing to graduate, and he was a junior about to go into his senior year, right?
Yes.
And you told us as well that you had grown up and gone to Shelton schools, right?
Yes.
And then you went to St. Joseph's High School in Trumbull after you'd gone through the Shelton school system prior to that, right?
Yes.
And that you'd grown up with Tyler Rich.
Yes.
And I'm just going to go through a list of names and see if you know these folks, okay? Did you know a Jacob Villalobos?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He was in all of my classes, middle school, intermediate school. We went to elementary school together. He was my good friend.
Okay. Did you know a Michael Samperi?
I believe he was maybe a grade or two below me. I knew of him. I've probably hung out with him a couple times in group settings.
Okay. Did you know a Sal Perry?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I also grew up with him. I've been to his house many times. He was another one of my really good friends growing up.
Did you know an Alex Bernson?
I don't know who that is.
Did you know a Matthew Lokovich?
Yes.
How did you know him?
Once again, family friends. Grew up with him. I think we dated in 6th grade.
Okay. Did you know Ty Wood?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He was a grade or two below me, and just from being from Shelton, he's been at parties that I've been at and stuff like that.
Did you know Ryan Hines?
No.
Did you know Thomas Connery?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He was in my sister's grade and in my sister's friend group when she was also growing up.
And did you know his brother Charles Connery?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
He was Tommy's younger brother. He wasn't in my grade, but I just knew his name. I've probably seen him out multiple times as well.
Did you know a person named Tanner Chernowski?
Yes.
How did you know Tanner?
He was also from Shelton. He hung out with a lot of my guy friends from Shelton.
And you would consider yourself to be good friends with those people?
At the time, yes.
And you told us that you at some point received a call from, was it Rosie McGrath?
I received a call from my high school friend group. Rosie had Snapchatted me.
Okay. And that was Jimmy McGrath's sister.
Yes.
So you knew her the same way that you knew Jimmy from growing up.
She was one of my good friends growing up as well, yeah.
And do you still remain in contact with all those folks?
No.
None of them?
Mm-mm.
When was the last time you talked with Jack Snyder?
I may have seen him around slightly in the last couple of years. When we went out in New Haven, I would see his face, but we don't keep in contact, no.
And you told us that you also knew Tyler Rich.
Yes.
And that was because, again, you'd grown up with Tyler Rich?
Yes.
And were your families also friends?
Our parents probably knew each other.
And you told us about starting the night off. Well, before starting the night off, you were telling the state's attorney about the night before this had been the prom, right?
Yes.
And you'd gone to that prom with Mr. Valle?
Yes.
And your parents didn't want you to go to the prom house that was in upstate New York, right?
Yes.
And so you spent the next day going to the beach with Mr. Valle, right?
Yes.
Where was that?
Milford?
And you went to the beach, you said, for a few hours, and then you went back to Mr. Valle's house, right?
Yes.
And following that, you got a ride from Jack Snyder and Tyler DaSilva over to 5 Lazy Brook.
Yes.
And that was Madigan Leifer's house, right?
Yes.
She's the older sister of Austin.
Yeah.
And you knew Madigan through Lacrosse, right?
Yes.
Did you say that your father was a lacrosse coach for Madigan?
He was a lacrosse coach for my entire grade, so a bunch of girls, including Rosie, was on the team.
And this was a girls' lacrosse party, correct?
The party was not a girls' lacrosse party, I don't believe.
Did you see a lot of members of the girls' lacrosse team there?
Some members who were juniors and a couple members who were seniors.
Was Madigan a junior or a senior?
A senior.
Did you know an Emily Robinson?
No.
If I asked you this already, I apologize. Did you know Ryan Hines?
No, I did not.
But you did tell us that you knew Faison Teal, right?
Yes.
And you didn't see any sort of a fight at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
I didn't know.
But you saw that picture before of what you identified as Mr. Snyder and Mr. Valle, right?
Yes.
But you don't know when that picture was taken. Is that fair to say?
I do know when it was taken.
You do know when it was taken?
Yes.
How do you know when it was taken?
I remember the boys coming back from the garage, and that's when they looked like they were dressed up like that, and I remember that picture being taken.
You remember telling us before that you weren't watching Mr. Valle throughout the night?
No, I wasn't.
But now you're telling us that you're sure that you know when that photo was taken?
Yes.
You at least know that you saw them wearing those outfits throughout the night, right?
Yes.
When did you see Mr. Valle put the neck pillow on?
I don't remember him putting it on. I just remember seeing him with it on.
Oh, okay. When did you see Mr. Valle put the helmet on?
I don't remember when he put it on.
Okay. And at some point, Mrs. Leifer comes and breaks up the party, right?
Yes.
And tells everybody, time to go, clear out, and you guys all leave the party?
Yes.
Go get into Mr. Snyder's car.
Yep.
And that was the 7 of you that you've described to us, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, the plan for the night had been to go to the Leifer's house, but now it changed because that party was over, right?
Yes.
And there was no plan at that point to go anywhere specific, is that fair?
Seemed like there was a plan to go to Trumbull High School.
Okay. At some point, you became aware that folks were planning to go there, but when the party broke up, that had not been the plan already, right?
No.
That was sort of an impromptu, what are we going to do now kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay. And then you got over to Trumbull High School, and you said that there were maybe 40 or so people that had been over at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Yes.
Those 40 people didn't all go to Trumbull High School, right?
Not all of them, but there was a good amount of people at Trumbull High School.
Okay. More than 2 cars?
Yes.
Okay. And you said there were tons of underclassmen at the party, right?
Yes.
You told us that you
At the Lazy Brook party?
at the Leesburg party.
Yes.
And you told us you remembered one of them was Sydney.
Yes.
How did you know Sydney?
She was just a friend of mine. She was a senior as well.
Okay, was that Sydney Wims?
Yes.
And once you got to Trumbull High School, you said on the way to Trumbull High School, 4 of you squeezed into the back seat of the car, right?
Yes.
And Jack was driving and Tyler was in the passenger seat in the front.
Yep.
And you told us that you had lapped up in the back, meaning you were sitting in Mr. Valley's lap.
I believe so.
And then at some point, the decision was made to leave from Trumbull High School, right?
Yes.
And you thought they were going to take you home
Yep.
because there was no plan at that point to go anywhere else, right?
Yes.
At that point, you guys had had the party at 5 Lazy Brook, which was really the plan for the night, and that had ended, right?
Yep.
And then you went to Trumbull High School thinking, well, maybe the party can be extended, I think you said.
Hmm.
And ultimately, that fizzled out too, right? And you think it was just about 25 minutes that you spent there at Trumbull High School?
Yes.
And the vibe on the way there was light, and there was music playing.
Yep.
And you described later on in the evening when you were driving in your sister's car that the music was playing loudly, right?
Yeah.
Was the music also playing loudly in the car on the way there?
Yes.
So no matter whose car you were in, it sounds like the music is being played loudly. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Not worried about your hearing.
Sorry, say that again?
At this age, you're not worried about your
No,
hearing.
I'm not.
And then while you're sitting in the second row after getting back into the car to leave Trumbull High School, it's the 4 of you squeezed in again, right?
Yes.
And you're sitting back in Raul's lap?
Yep.
And there's one person who's in the trunk area, right? And that's Demetrius?
I wasn't sure who was in the trunk out of the boys.
Okay. But somebody was back there?
Yes.
Wasn't really room for much more than one person back there, right?
Yes.
And then you realized as you passed by the reservoir that you were not going to your home. Is that fair to say?
We were headed in the direction of the reservoir, and I guess before you pass it, you have an option to turn left into Isinglass.
That's what you were expecting, is that you were going to turn there and that would keep you going in the direction towards your home?
Driving by the reservoir would have taken me more towards my home. So when we turned, I realized we were not going back to my house.
Because to that point, there had been no discussion of going anywhere else. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then you changed routes and you said that the vibe in the car had changed. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
And you said it seemed like the boys were set on going to Tyler Rich's house.
Yes.
Did you know at that point that you were going to Tyler Rich's house?
They had made me aware, I guess. They had stated that they were headed over there.
They knew that that was Tyler Rich's house?
They must have known.
They said, we're going to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Valley know Tyler Rich?
To my,
To her knowledge, I'll allow it.
to my knowledge, no.
Mr. Valley did not go to Shelton schools and grow up with these same kids that you've described?
No.
But you yourself said you'd grown up with Tyler Rich and you'd been to his house a ton of times, right?
Yes.
Did you start to recognize that you were on your way to Tyler Rich's house while the ride was occurring?
I'm not great with back roads, but I believe we were headed in the direction of that area in town.
And you said the 2 boys in the front made it known that we were going to Tyler Rich's house.
Yes.
That was Jack SNYDER and Tyler DASILVA, right?
Yes.
You were still sitting in Mr. Valley's lap.
Yes, and I had then after moved to the back.
But at this point, while you're going there, you're still sitting in Mr. Valley's lap.
Yes.
He didn't make it known to you that you were going to Tyler Rich's house, did he?
No.
And you said you objected multiple times that you didn't want to go to Tyler Rich's house.
Yes.
Because you knew all these kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
You'd grown up with these kids, right?
Yeah.
You didn't want to have a confrontation with these kids.
Yes.
And you were upset that Mr. Valley didn't object or stand up for you, right?
Yes.
And you said Jack SNYDER and Tyler DASILVA in the front were pushing for it and that Jack SNYDER was adamant about going, right?
Just both of them, not one over the other, but yeah, they were adamant about going.
Both Jack SNYDER and Tyler DASILVA.
Yes.
And so you contacted your sister, Madison, right?
Yes.
And you started to make plans. Hey, can you come pick me up? I don't want to be here.
Yes.
Did she acknowledge that and say, okay, I'll be right there?
She acknowledged it, yes.
And shortly thereafter, you arrived at what you recognized at that point as being Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Because you'd been there a number of times before.
Yep.
And when you got there, was there anyone in the front yard?
I think I probably saw briefly a group forming in the front yard until I ducked down in the back.
Okay. And you said you had to climb over the back seat to get into the trunk area.
Yes.
Did Demetrius make room for you back there?
Yes.
He was still back there?
If it was Demetrius who was back there, then yes. The one person who was also in the back made room for me.
Okay, so at this point, there's two of you in the back trunk area.
Now there is, yes.
And you climbed back there because you were scared of what was about to happen. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Because people started to pour out of the house, right?
Yes.
It wasn't just that you were embarrassed, like, oh man, I don't want these people to see me here. They know me. It wasn't that, right?
I was embarrassed. I did not want to be seen.
But it wasn't just that you were embarrassed. Is that fair to say?
I guess.
You
Yes.
started to fear what might occur. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Because these people were pouring out of the house and there were more and more of them coming, right?
Didn't seem like there was like more and more coming. It seemed like people were kind of outside already.
Okay. How many people did it seem like were there?
25 kids, maybe?
Okay. But they weren't 25 kids when you pulled up, right?
I'm not sure. I didn't have a good view from my back seat, so.
Okay. And these 25 kids, they didn't just stay in the driveway, did they?
They were crowding around the car.
They surrounded the vehicle, right?
Yes.
Started pounding on the vehicle.
There were noises. I don't know if it was pounding, if people were throwing things at the vehicle, but
You couldn't see what was happening because you were ducked down in the back?
yes.
Ducked down with your head tucked so that you weren't looking at anything out the windows?
I was in a position where if I wanted to, I could probably pop up. That's when I saw Faison and said hi to him.
And when you said hi to him, did you think, okay, everything's going to be okay now?
It seemed like a friendly encounter between the two of us.
Did it stay a friendly encounter between the vehicle and the people outside it?
I really noticed that near the front of the vehicle, there was some confrontation going on between whoever was on the outside of the window and Jack SNYDER.
So it didn't remain a peaceful encounter between the people inside the vehicle and the people outside the vehicle. Is that fair?
Yes.
And could you, when you would pop your head up, could you see people surrounding the car?
Yes.
Was Mr. Valley still seated in front of you now in the rear seat where he had been, where you'd previously been in his lap?
I believe so.
And was his window down?
Yes.
Was he screaming things out that window?
I don't remember.
Was Tyler DASILVA screaming things in the front?
I think there was noise coming from some of the boys in the car who were in the first row and the second row. It was kind of combined noise from all of them.
When people surrounded the vehicle, did you become more scared?
Yes.
Why?
Because I couldn't see very well, but as the only girl in this entire environment, this is not a place that I wanted to be surrounded by a bunch of football boys who are big and scary.
And could you see their faces?
No.
Did you feel the car rocking or shaking?
At one point, I just maybe whether it was rocking or things being thrown at the car, I definitely felt it felt chaotic.
Did you want to get out of the car?
Yes.
Did you want to get out of the car right there where it was?
I was planning on getting out of the car as soon as we drove away.
You were planning on getting out of the car as soon as it was safe. Is that fair?
Yes.
Didn't seem safe to you to get out of the car right there where it was. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you said somebody approached Jack Snyder's window and there was some kind of a confrontation, right?
Yes.
Did you hear glass shatter at any point?
I heard a lot of commotion. I couldn't identify exactly what the commotion was coming from.
But you do remember banging on the car, right?
Yes.
And now you're laying down in the trunk, you told us, right?
I was crouched down. I might have been on sitting crouched. I'm not exactly sure which way I was crouched, but I definitely was crouched.
Because at this point, you're terrified about what's happening, right?
I was scared, yes.
Were you worried that someone was going to break a window out?
I was worried if we hadn't gotten out of there soon enough, it was going to escalate, and I didn't want to be in the car when that happened.
That it was going to escalate, and what would happen?
Boys would start fighting in front of me.
Were you worried you might be dragged out of the car?
No.
And you said this lasted a couple of minutes at the most?
Yes.
And you said there was a little chaos going on, right?
Yes.
It was more than a little chaos, wasn't it?
It was loud. There was a lot of people, a lot of boys. It was definitely scary.
You said these were all big football guys, right?
Yes.
And it was a little scary?
I was scared at the moment, but I also didn't think that I was going to get hurt. I didn't think anyone was going to hurt me.
Had you ever been as scared as that in your life?
No. Sorry, I take that back. I wasn't like super scared just because I felt like I was safe in the backseat.
You felt safe in the backseat?
Yeah, for the time being, I wasn't interacting with anyone outside.
And then at some point, the car drives off, gets out of this being surrounded situation. Is that fair?
Yes.
Did you feel relief?
Yes.
Great relief?
Yes.
Had you ever felt relief like that in your life?
I'm not sure.
And you don't remember the car driving up and down, back and forth on Laurel Glen Drive, right?
No, I just remember immediately getting out and walking to the end of the road.
And you don't remember people in the vehicle throwing things out the window, is that fair?
Yes.
And the car stops, and we saw that on Exhibit 44, right?
Yes.
And we saw you get out and walk down to the end of the street and sit on the curb.
Mm-hmm.
And then you identified you identified Tyler and DASILVA, that is, and Mr. Valle as also being out of the car, correct?
Yes.
Did you remember that a group of the Shelton High kids came down the street?
I didn't remember anyone specifically. I didn't remember seeing anyone's faces.
After you watched Exhibit 44, did that refresh your recollection of what occurred that night?
I remember maybe commotion around me. I was sitting on the curb on the phone, and I wasn't involved in the commotion, so I didn't see anyone specifically coming up to us, no.
Fair to say your attention was hyper-focused on trying to get your sister there as quickly as possible?
Yes.
Main thing on your mind was you wanted to get out of there as badly as possible?
Yes.
Because you were scared of being there any longer, right?
Yep.
And you said you were very upset and angry, right?
Yeah.
And you told the state's attorney you don't recall crying?
I don't remember for sure, but I cry a lot, so I mean, it could have happened.
Okay. And again, you were angry in part because you felt like Raul hadn't stood up for you when you had objected to coming here in the first place, right?
It wasn't just about him. I was just angry at everyone in the car who decided to go there.
Okay, but your anger, you told us before, as far as it was directed at Raul, was because he hadn't stood up for you when you'd objected and said, I don't want to go here. Do you
That
recall
was one of the reasons I was angry, yes.
You were also angry with Jack SNYDER and Tyler DASILVA for having driven you over there, right?
Yes.
When you were in that car and it was surrounded by all those folks, was there any way for you to make that car go anywhere?
No.
Did it seem safe for you to stay there where that car was?
No.
Did the folks on the outside of that car, did you feel like it was going to stop them, just the vehicle itself?
Say that again?
Sure. As they're attacking the car, did you think, we're safe, we're fine, these guys will stop?
No, I wanted to get out of there.
Did you see Tyler Rich at any point when the car was surrounded?
I think I might have seen his face. If I saw a couple faces, it would probably be him and Faison.
Did you have any interactions with Tyler Rich?
No.
And once that car stopped, you said you crawled over the seat, right? To get out of the trunk area, right? I'm sorry, you have to say
Yes, sorry.
It's okay. And that's when we saw you walking down the street.
Yes.
Sat on the curb, called your sister Madison to make sure she was on her way.
Yes.
And then, again, you said you were slumped over in a little bubble, just texting your sister, right?
Yes.
Trying as much as possible to keep things together for yourself?
What do you mean keep things together?
To keep from panicking?
I was trying to get out there as soon as possible.
Okay, was some panic starting to set in? Did you feel panicked?
Yes.
Did you feel some anxiety?
I was mainly just angry.
Mainly just angry. And you said you don't remember any talk about a knife when you were in the car, right?
No.
You didn't see a knife when you were in the car.
No.
You said you weren't sure who, but you think you heard some talk about a knife.
I don't know if it was coming out of the car or when everybody had crowded around the curb. I remember hearing something about a knife.
Was it Jack SNYDER's voice?
I don't recall if it was him.
You don't recall if it was Raul's voice?
No.
You don't recall if it was Tyler DASILVA's voice?
No. It was kind of a conversation that I was overhearing from, I wasn't directly like in that conversation.
When you recall this conversation happening, how far away do you think you were from where it was occurring?
Probably a couple feet. I was sitting on my own on the curb, but it could have been a couple feet away.
Do you recall seeing any of the boys from your group around the car, inspecting the car for damage?
No.
And you said when you think you heard this talk about the knife, you overlooked it and didn't think anything of it?
Yes.
You didn't hear anybody from your group making any threats about going back to the party to kill somebody?
No.
You didn't hear your party, anybody from your group making any threats at all?
No.
And you offered all of these boys a ride home,
Yes.
except for Jack SNYDER, right?
Yes.
Because Jack SNYDER was the one driving the car, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, Did you see Jack Snyder drive the vehicle off and it left your field of vision?
I just from the video that I was shown, I saw that his car was driving maybe. I don't remember his car driving off.
So was there a time when you were on the curb with the other people that had gotten out of the car and Jack Snyder wasn't there because he had driven off?
I wasn't sure about his whereabouts.
Okay. And you offered them a ride home with your sister?
Yes.
She wasn't there at that point, right?
No.
You couldn't see her anywhere?
No.
And you said that things were getting hyped up a little bit at that point.
Not, so the kids that agreed to get into the car and I would give them a ride home, they were just sitting on the curb with me. I would say only Tyler and Lito seemed like they were getting hyped up.
When you say getting hyped up a little bit, what were they doing?
They were just loud. I asked them multiple times, hey, let me give you guys a ride home. Let's go home. And they were refusing multiple times. They just seemed adrenaline.
Okay. And where was Jack Snyder in the car at that point?
I'm not sure. Maybe behind us. I'm not sure where he was.
Could you see it anywhere?
No.
At some point, you became aware that the car had come back from wherever it had gone, that you didn't see it, right?
I honestly wasn't paying attention to his car. I don't know where his car was at that moment.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Valle and Mr. DaSilva get back into Jack Snyder's vehicle?
I don't remember. I didn't know if they were on foot or if they had driven the car back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't see them get back into the vehicle?
Yeah, I don't remember seeing them.
And you're still sitting on the curb at that point?
Yes.
And you said you could tell there were 50 guys and it was scary and nothing good was going to happen.
Yes.
And those 50 guys, as you've described them, that would be the Shelton kids, right?
Yes.
Because there were only 7 of you in that vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And then as you're down there on the curb with Keenan Frasick, Dimitri Arofanis, and Will Sinjwald, you told us you heard noise from 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes.
But you couldn't see anything, right?
No.
Because you were that far away?
Yes.
So you never saw a large crowd of people fighting in the yard of 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
No.
But while that's going on and you can't see anything but you can hear it, you're still on the curb waiting for your sister to come.
Yes, at the other end of the street.
Are you getting panicked at that point about when is she coming? Is she coming?
No, I think I had her location, and I thought she was like a minute away, 2 minutes away.
Oh, okay. You could see on your phone where her location was.
Yeah, if I didn't have her location at that point, I had just asked her, texted her where she was.
And she was also familiar with this area from the same way that you were because families had grown up and that sort of thing?
Yes.
And when she pulled up, you still could not see Mr. SNYDER, Mr. DaSilva, or Mr. Valle, right?
I didn't see them like face to face, no.
And you got into the car in the front passenger seat.
Yes.
Your sister drives or at that time drove a Volkswagen?
Yes.
And Mr. Frasick, Mr. Arfanis, they get into the back seat, right?
Yes.
You said Mr. Sinjwald, he was waiting to see if his girlfriend was going to come pick him up.
Yep.
So you guys are kind of sitting there waiting for that to resolve itself as far as Mr. Sinjwald's ride.
Yes.
When you see the pilot pull back up, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Valle got out and you said he came up to your window?
I didn't, by the way, see the pilot drive up.
Okay.
I saw Lito somehow appear next to the passenger side window.
Okay, so you didn't see the pilot, you just saw Mr. Valle appear there to the side.
The pilot was in front of me. I didn't see it like come back towards me or anything like that.
Okay. And he asked, Maddie, can I get a ride home?
Yes.
And then you said he got into the back seat, right?
Yes.
How quick was that interaction?
Literally just, hey, can I have a ride home? And he got right back in the back seat.
And then he was sitting in the back seat behind you.
Yes.
You were pissed off at him.
Yes.
Had you ever been that angry in your life?
I was pretty angry. I've been angry before.
Okay, fair enough. You were at least so angry that you didn't want to talk to Mr. Valle. Is that fair?
Yes.
You didn't want to look at Mr. Valle. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so you didn't look at Mr. Valle.
Correct.
So you didn't have anything more than this quick interaction with him at the window in order to observe him at all. Is that fair?
Yes.
So you couldn't see whether or not he was injured.
Correct.
And on the ride, you said the music was up, playing loudly. Oh, to be young. And you're driving, music playing loudly, and there's no talking going on in the car. Is that right?
Yes.
You're not talking to Maddie at all in the front?
No.
But you don't hear anything that's being discussed in the seat behind you. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then Maddie takes and drops off Keenan and Demetrius together in Trumbull.
Yes.
How long did that take to get there?
5 minutes.
That was close.
Yes.
And then you went to take Mr. Valle home, right?
Yes.
15 minutes max to get from Trumbull to Milford. No talking.
No.
You're still angry.
Yes.
You got there, dropped him off. You still didn't want to talk to him.
Yes.
You say he asked you to step out. You just ignored that and left, right?
Correct.
And then you said texts start up, rumors are going around, talk of a stabbing in a group FaceTime call, right?
Correct.
A lot of confusion.
Yes.
And then now as you're riding home to your house from Mr. Valle's, you started to text with Mr. Valle.
Yes.
And we saw those texts in exhibits 97 through 101, right?
Yeah.
And those are coming pretty fast and furious, right?
Yes.
You're texting one after another. He starts responding back, right?
Yes.
You were scared.
Yes.
You said something about if my parents find out. You were panicking at that point, right?
Yes.
And did it seem to you from the demeanor of those texts with Mr. Valle that he was panicking as well?
Objection, Your Honor. How would he know?
It's asking about how it appeared. Did it seem? I'll allow it. Overruled. You can answer.
He was answering very weirdly. I didn't know what he was saying.
It was not the way you normally talked with him, was it?
No.
And the answers didn't make any sense to you, did they?
No.
You'd been there with him, right?
Yes.
And we talked before about whether or not you have a nickname. Do people sometimes call you Kins or Kinsey?
Yes.
And we see that in some of these, right? He's saying, please, Kins, right?
Yes.
And you're pleading with him to tell you what's going on, right?
Yes.
And this is all just on the ride back from dropping him off to your house, right?
Yes.
And that takes 15 minutes
Yeah.
at the most?
Probably when I make a trip to Milford, I would say like 18 minutes.
Okay. And so, but this didn't start immediately once you got into the car. You didn't start immediately texting with him, right?
No, I had that group FaceTime call. I had received texts, and then that's when I had initiated the texting.
So how long do you think it took for all of those texts to go back and forth?
10 minutes, maybe, max.
Max, right?
Mhm.
Because these are going back and forth, back and forth. You're peppering him with questions. He's giving you responses that don't make any sense to you.
Yes.
And that's not the way Mr. Valley normally would text with you, was it?
No.
And you said, so scared, what's going on? I won't tell anyone, I swear, right?
Yes.
And you said that when you'd been together earlier in the day, he hadn't mentioned anything about going to Florida.
No.
Were you aware that there was a plan for the family to go to Florida?
No.
And you called him, you said, and he answered and talked to you for 2 minutes?
Yes.
And his demeanor when you were talking to him, did he seem panicked?
He kept saying, nothing's going on, nothing's happening. Stop panicking, nothing's happening.
Did that seem scared to you?
That was very weird. I didn't know what was going on.
Didn't make any sense to you, did it?
No, it didn't.
He was telling you, I wasn't there, right?
Yes.
That didn't make any sense to you, did it?
No.
You kept telling him that he was, right?
Yes.
And that was the last time that you saw Mr. Valley?
Yeah, that's the last time we saw each other.
And you told us that was the worst night of your life, right?
Yes.
Officers came to talk to you that early that same, or like early the next morning,
Yes.
before the sun was up.
Yep.
And you told them everything that you knew about it, right?
Yep.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Please watch this step up the exit. Can we sidebar for a moment, please? Thank you. Minute afternoon recess. So we'll be back in 15. Thank you. Court stands in recess.
All rise, court's in recess. Gather your belongings, exit the courtroom. Control Delta, please, in recess.
back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the presence of our jury. All right, I'll ask this.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor. They came in a different order than usual, threw me off.
All right. So at this point, I would ask the state to please call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Taylor CAPELA to the stand, please.
Good afternoon. Please step up into the witness box. Please remain standing or clerk's going to put you on jury. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do. Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, and address for the record.
All right, you can move this. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Taylor. How are you doing today?
How are you?
I'm good. I think as I explained before, when we met previously, that this courtroom was very, very difficult to hear. There's a lot of fans going on. Just keep your voice up as much as possible. And then also, if you can sit close to the microphone, that'd be great, okay? And if you need to take a break at any time, water, whatnot, just let us know. Now, Taylor, how are you feeling today?
Nervous,
Nervous? And why are you feeling nervous?
just because it's reliving the most chaotic, traumatic day.
Now, Taylor, how old are you?
19.
And previous to today, do you recall us meeting and speaking?
Yeah.
And why did we do that?
In this case,
Did we go over your testimony? And did I tell you to just tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Did I tell you what to say here
No.
today? Are you prepared to testify today?
yeah.
Do you go to school, and if so, where do you go?
I go to East Carolina University in North Carolina.
And other than in school, you live in Shelton, Connecticut? And who do you live there?
I live with my parents.
And what year are you in school?
I'm going into my junior year.
And what is your major?
I'm a criminal justice major.
What are you doing for the summertime? Are you out of school?
Yeah, just babysitting right now while I'm home.
And other than withdrawn, how long have you been living in Shelton for? Your whole life?
My whole life.
What high school did you attend?
Shelton High School,
And what year did you graduate Shelton High School?
2023.
Directing your attention to the year of 2022, were you a student at Shelton High School at that time?
Yes.
And what year were you?
I was a junior.
So you were a rising senior?
Yeah.
And I'm going to direct your attention specifically to May 14th of 2022. Do you remember that day and why?
I do. It was probably the worst day I've ever experienced. It was just a lot, and I lost a very close friend that day.
You can direct your attention to the nighttime hours of May 14th of 2022. Do you need a moment?
Sorry.
It's okay. Just breathe. Take a sip of water if you need to. Directing your attention to the nighttime hours of May 14th of 2022. Do you recall where you went that night?
To Tyler Rich's house.
And previous to going to Tyler Rich's house, what were you doing?
Just going in there to hang out.
Did you go anywhere before you went to Tyler Rich's house?
I was home and I was dropping my sister off somewhere, and then I went to Tyler Rich's.
And how did you know to go to Tyler Rich's house?
My boyfriend at the time called me, and I was told to go.
And who was your boyfriend at the time?
Matthew Lakovich.
Matthew Lakovich? And were you familiar with Tyler Rich's house? Had you been there previously?
Yeah.
About how many times previously had you been there?
Just like a handful of times, not too many.
Did you go to school with Tyler Rich?
Yeah.
Same grade?
He was a grade above me.
And how did you get to Tyler Rich's house that night?
I drove there.
And do you recall what car you drove?
It was a BMW.
And at what time did you arrive at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
I'd say around 10-ish.
10 p.m.?
Yeah.
And do you recall the address that you drove to?
43 Laurel Glen.
In what town? Shelton?
Yes.
Sorry. And when you arrived at Tyler Rich's house, where did you park?
On the side of the street. I think it was on the right side.
Okay, I'm going to be showing you an exhibit, and if this exhibit does not demonstrate where you parked, just let me know, okay? So State's Exhibit 49. You can see it on your little screen up there. One moment. Do you recognize this area?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recognize States 49, the house on the left-hand side of the exhibit is being Tyler Rich's house.
Yes.
When you pulled up to Tyler Rich's house that day, and this picture is an aerial view taken several years after the date of incident, but in this exhibit, can you indicate to the members of the jury where you parked when you arrived at Tyler Rich's house?
I believe it was like on the right side where these like green, at the bottom where the green bushes are.
I'm going to use a pen indicating on States Exhibit 49. Let me just verify if that's what it says. Yep, 49. You said the right to the bushes. Are you indicating these bushes right here to the bottom of the exhibit?
Yeah.
Okay, so did you park along the curb area of
Yes.
States 49 near the bushes, or near the trees?
Mhm.
Okay. And when you arrived at Tyler Rich's house, did you go into the house?
Yeah.
Okay, and if you can explain to members of the jury how you got into Tyler Rich's house.
If you go like past that, in between the blue truck and the white truck, like and go all the way to the back, there were cellar doors right there.
Okay, so I'm going to show you States 9. Do you see the area? I can zoom in a little bit. Do you see the area where you went into, how you accessed and got into Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yeah, it's like through this little opening right between that tree and the bush.
Okay, so I'm pointing to States 9. I'm directing my pen. Just tell me when to stop.
Right through there.
Okay, and through this area here on States 9, you're indicating there were cellar or bilco doors there?
Yes.
And when you got into when you got to the bilco doors led into a basement area?
Yeah.
And when you got into the basement area of Tyler Rich's house, how many people did you see there?
20, 25, maybe.
And did you recognize everyone there?
Majority, some of them, yeah.
Most of them, if not all of them, attended what high school?
Shelton High School.
Was there anyone there who did not attend Shelton High School?
Not that I know of.
Can you give us some names of people that you recognized or that you saw there when you got there?
Matlock, Tyler Rich, Ricky, Fiola, Faison, Lily Lombardi, Izzy Silvis.
Did all of those individuals go to Shelton High School?
Yeah,
Did you see an individual by the name of James McGrath?
I did.
I'm showing you what's been marked as States 57. Taylor, do you recognize who this is in States 57?
Yeah, that's Jimmy.
And so you refer to him as Jimmy?
Yeah.
Now, did Jimmy go to Shelton High School?
No, we went to Fairfield Prep.
How did you know Jimmy?
Our parents were friends when we were younger.
So-
I knew him, and I was friends with Rosie as well.
And Rosie's his sister?
Yeah.
Did you hang out with Jimmy? Did you see him at other parties, even though he didn't go to Shelton High School? Did you see him quite often?
Yeah.
And were there times that you would go over to the McGrath household to see Rosie or anyone else, and would you see Jimmy there?
When I was younger, I would go over there, yeah.
Now, when you got down, withdrawn, in looking at States, I think it was 57. In looking at States 57, in looking at what Jimmy is wearing in this photograph, do you recognize this is the outfit that he was wearing the night of May 14th, 2022?
Yeah,
Do you know where this photograph was taken?
yeah.
Where was this photograph taken?
Nikki DeJesus' house.
Okay, and you're familiar with Nikki DeJesus?
Yeah.
How do you know Nikki DeJesus?
I used to work for Nikki's dad, and we're family friends.
Had you had occasion to go to Nikki DeJesus' house?
Yeah.
And is that the basement of his house in that photograph depicted in 57?
Yeah.
Now, when you got down, when you were in the basement of Tyler Rich's house, did you observe any drinking going on?
Yeah, some people were drinking.
Some people were drinking?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall what they were drinking?
I would say it was just like beer or seltzers, not anything like crazy.
Were there any kegs there?
Not that I know of.
Did you drink at all when you were in the basement of Tyler Rich's house?
At the time I drove there, so I don't believe I did. It's possible I could have had one, but it would not have been any more than that.
Now, other than drinking and, withdrawn, other than drinking, was anyone doing anything else? Was there talking? Was there music being played? Were there drinking games going on?
Yeah, there was music being played. Everyone was just talking, hanging out. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary that we don't usually do.
Was there a larger crowd than normal on that night, or would you say that was pretty average?
I would say it's average. I mean, there might have been a couple more people than usual, but not by much.
When you say a couple more people, did you recognize people that were in different grades than when you were in?
Yeah.
Anyone in the grade above you or anyone in the grade below you?
It was majority of the grade above me, and a couple people maybe the year below me, but
And you had said that Tyler Rich was the grade above you?
Yeah.
So more of his friends
Right,
than
yeah.
people you associated
Yeah.
with? Now, amongst the people that you saw there in the basement, did you happen to see individuals by the name of Griffin Marcinzik and Ryan Hines?
A little later, yeah.
Okay, explain that.
I remember I was hanging out downstairs with my friend Lily and Matt. We were just talking, and then I remember they ended up coming to Tyler Rich's not too long after that. And I was told that there was a fight previously that they were involved in. That's why they were coming.
Okay, I'm going to take you a little bit back. How are you familiar with both Griffin and Ryan?
I went to high school with them. I would hang out with them on occasion.
Are they your year?
No, they're a year younger than I am.
And so you indicated just now that they arrived at the party a little bit later on. And you also indicated that you were made aware that they were in a fight.
Yep.
Without going into too much about what people said, how did you learn that they were involved in a fight?
I think people were just talking about it downstairs, and I had overheard a conversation that was going on.
To your knowledge, do you know how Ryan and Griffin arrived at Tyler Rich's house, how they got there?
I believe Charlie Connery picked him up.
Charlie Connery. So when you arrived at Tyler Rich's house, was Charlie there?
I believe so, yeah.
So at some point, to your knowledge, did Charlie leave to go pick up those two boys?
Yeah.
Now, you had said that you had heard that they were involved in a fight. At some point at the party, were you standing close enough to Ryan and Griffin to overhear, without going into what they said, but to overhear what they were talking about regarding this fight?
No.
To your knowledge, at that point, you may know now, but at that point, did you know where that fight had occurred previously?
No.
And to your knowledge, at that time, did you know who they were fighting with at the party previously?
No, I don't think so.
Do you know if the people they were fighting with were members of Shelton High School or a different school?
I knew it was at St. Joe's kids. I didn't know who exactly.
Okay, so you gained knowledge that the people that they were fighting, Griffin and Ryan Hines were fighting, were from St. Joe's. Do you know how many individuals they were fighting with?
Not at the time, I didn't know.
You learned that later? Now, at some point, did you learn what St. Joe's kids were involved in the fight?
Yeah.
And if you can name those individuals.
Tyler DASILVA, Jack SNYDER, and Raul Valle.
Now, are you familiar with Tyler DASILVA?
Yeah.
And how are you familiar with Tyler DASILVA?
I think we were at a party one time together.
And Jack SNYDER, how are you familiar with Jack SNYDER?
I just know of him. I don't know too much about him.
And had you ever seen him at a previous party before?
Jack SNYDER, no.
And Raul Valle, are you familiar with him?
Yeah.
And how are you familiar with him?
I think we were at a party one time together.
Did you ever have any previous conversation with Raul Valle? Do you happen to see, well, withdrawn. Does Raul Valle go by a different name that you know of? Excuse me?
Lido?
And were you introduced to him as Lido?
Yeah, that's how I knew of him, yeah.
On a previous occasion? Do you happen to see the individual here today in court?
Yeah.
Can you please point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Over there in a black suit.
Let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness, rather, is identifying the defendant in court.
Record can reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valle. Thank you.
Taylor, at some point while you were inside the basement, did you hear something that prompted you to go outside?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you hear?
The first time?
Yes.
So I was outside the first time because it was hot in the basement, so I had went outside, and that's when the car drove by the first time.
Okay, so just so I can understand you, so you're indicating that at some point you left the basement area and went outside because it was hot?
Yeah.
While you were standing outside, were you withdrawn? Were you outside with anyone else when you went outside?
I think I was with Matt.
Matt Lockovich?
Yeah.
Were you the only two outside at that point?
I think there were other people outside towards the front. I was still by the cellar doors at the time.
And you just indicated that you heard or saw a car drive up or drive by. Explain that.
So at that time I had heard about the fight, and we were by the cellar doors, and people were talking towards the front, and Matt had walked over there. So I had followed him a little bit towards the front of the yard, and that's when the car drove by.
So I'm going to refer you to behind you. Actually, let me see. So behind you, state 52. I just made my approach with Mr. Honor. Taylor, if you could take the pointer that you have there next to you. If you can just direct and point, show the members of the jury where you and Matt Lockovich were standing when you came outside to observe the vehicle.
It was a little cut off, but it was like right probably by this truck over here.
Okay. And when you say cut off, what do you mean by that?
Like the truck kind of hides it, but we were standing over here.
And the individuals you said said they were closer to the street area. Where were they standing in State 52?
I'd say they were like,
Okay. And the vehicle that pulled up, are you able to demonstrate in this exhibit where they pulled up? I do have another exhibit, and if you're not able to.
it was like over here somewhere.
Okay. So what the record reflects are that initially the witness was pointing to the back left area of C-62, where her and Matt Lockovich were standing. She indicated to the middle of the grass area where the other individuals were standing, more towards the red bush, the back left red bush. And she indicated the vehicle pulled up to the right-hand side of C-52, right to the left-hand side.
Or I'll take the information on the record, thank you.
Now, Taylor, are you able to name the other individuals that you saw in the, as you indicated on State 52, in the grassy area approaching the vehicle?
I think it was just Ricky Fiola, Tyler Rich are the only really two I remember going up there.
And do you recall what type of vehicle pulled up?
Honda Pilot.
I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as States 30. Taylor, does States 30 resemble, or is that the vehicle that pulled up in front of Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yeah.
And explain what the lighting was during that time. Were you able to see clearly? Obviously, it was nighttime, but were there any lights that were illuminating the area?
It was dark outside, but it wasn't dark to the point where you couldn't see who was in front of you. There was lights in the driveway, flashlights.
And when you say flashlights, do you mean people had their phones?
Yeah,
and used
like
the
from
lights
your
on their
phone. Yeah.
Now, how many individuals were withdrawn? At some point, when you saw this vehicle pull up, did you notice anyone else from inside the basement coming outside to approach the vehicle?
I think maybe a couple people might have come outside. I don't know exactly who.
From withdrawn, where you were standing, did you ever leave that area to get closer to the vehicle, or did you stay in that location?
I stayed out there for maybe a couple seconds and then went back inside after that.
So from your vantage point, were you able to see how many individuals approached the vehicle?
No.
Were you able to hear anything from what was being said from the people that were outside the vehicle or anyone from inside the vehicle?
No.
Were you able to see who was inside the vehicle at this point?
Not at that point.
Did you get a sense at all of what the vibe was or the atmosphere was when you witnessed the Shelton kids from the basement coming outside and approaching the car?
It didn't seem like they were like extremely mad or trying to cause a problem. It's not like they came sprinting outside and chasing after the car. They walked out of the basement casually and went up to the car, or went up to the front yard at least, walking.
And you couldn't hear anything that was being said? And you said you stayed outside for a couple of seconds?
Yeah.
And then you went back into the basement? And why did you do that?
I didn't see a need to stay outside. Went back inside.
At some point, did you learn of who was in that Honda Pilot?
Yeah.
And from what you were made aware, who was in the Honda Pilot?
Tyler DaSilva, Jack SNYDER, and Lito.
Anyone else that you know who was in that pilot?
Not that I know for sure.
And at some point, or withdrawn, you said you had gone into the basement. Did you see the vehicle leave that area at any point before you went back into the basement?
No, I don't think I saw it leave. No.
And at any point in time, did you go back outside?
I did.
Okay. And why did you go back outside?
People started going outside. I am pretty sure that someone said something that like caused me to go outside. I can't recall exactly. And I went outside, and that was when people started walking up the street. And I started walking up there as well.
Okay. So I'm going to take you back a little bit. So you had said you went back outside. At any point in time, did you see the Honda Pilot driving up and down the street?
No.
Okay. When you went back outside after something prompted you to go out there, you indicated that you saw people walking down the street. What people walking down the street?
Like the Shelton, the kids that were at Tyler Rich's.
Can you recall who was walking down the street?
Tyler Rich, maybe Matt, Ricky, and those are the only ones I really know for sure.
And you then indicated you started walking down the street.
Yeah.
I'm going to be showing you, may I approach the witness, Your Honor? States 1. Just have your pointer still there. here. So if the red dot here is Tyler Rich's house, you walk out the driveway, how far down Laurel Glen Drive, hold on, did the vehicle drive down Laurel Glen towards farmhouse?
Yep.
How far down Laurel Glen did you go?
I really got to the right.
Okay, so on the record reflector that this is pointing to a quarter way down Laurel Glen, do you recall what was around you when you stopped?
It was just like these, I remember these trees were just, that was really the only thing here.
Who was with you at that time?
I was by myself.
And from your vantage point, were you able to see anything up Laurel Glen towards farmhouse?
You could see that there was a car parked somewhere over here.
Record reflects the witness pointing about three quarters of the way down Laurel Glen.
And there were some people standing and sitting on the side of the road, but I couldn't tell you that.
Did you see any of the Shelton High School kids, anyone from the party running after the vehicle?
No.
Taylor, I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as States 44. I'm going to ask you if you've seen this video before. Just play it in its entirety. Now, Taylor, have you seen this video that's depicted in States 44 previous to today?
Yeah.
Okay. And from your recollection of what you observed on that night, did you see any of that happening from your vantage point?
No, I think they might have already been up there when I started walking. I didn't see that.
So the kids that you saw running up after the vehicle, you don't personally remember seeing that?
No.
Okay. And did you hear in States 44 something being thrown at the vehicle?
Yeah.
Do you recall seeing or hearing that? Previous to the car leaving Laurel Glen in front of Tyler Rich's house, do you recall any things being thrown at the vehicle or things being thrown out of the vehicle from where you were standing before you went back into the basement?
Yeah. I remember things were being thrown from the car at the car. It was just like a both way thing.
And is that before the car drove down Laurel Glen? Now, how long would you say you were in the area you depicted in States, I believe it was 52, where you indicated you walked up towards the vehicle? How long did you stay in that area for?
Like probably not even 3 seconds, and then I turned around and walked back.
Did you have any interaction with anyone other than maybe your boyfriend at the time?
No.
And when you came back, withdrawn. When you came back down towards Tyler Rich's house, who were you with at that point?
I went back inside, so I was with everyone who was in the basement.
Did you walk back alone, or did Matt?
I walked back with
Okay.
everyone.
And so, to your knowledge, did Matt Lockovich stay up there?
Yeah, because he wasn't in the basement when I was, but I wasn't even for sure that he was up there. I assumed he was up there because a bunch of Ricky and Tyler are his friends, so I assumed he was up there. So that's why I started walking up there. I didn't get that far, and then I turned around. He wasn't in the basement, so I was assuming that he was up there.
Why did you walk up there in the first place?
Because I thought he was up there.
You thought Matt was
Yeah,
up
I thought
there?
Matt was up there.
And were you concerned for him? Why were you going up there were you curious?
I was just curious, concerned why he was going up there, so I walked up there.
When you came back down to go back towards Tyler Rich's house, did you encounter anyone at that point before you got back into the basement?
Not that I remember, no.
When you approached the house, was there anyone standing on the front lawn at that point?
I think there were a couple people in the front yard. I couldn't tell you who. I don't remember.
At some point, you got back into the basement. When you got back into the basement, who did you recognize in the basement at this point?
Lily was there. My friend Izzy was down there. A couple other girls that I was talking to.
When you say Lily, Lily's last name?
Lombardi.
And Izzy?
Silvis.
Anyone else that you saw down there?
There were people older than me Michaela Holton was down there.
Do you recall that Jimmy was there?
Jimmy was down there, yeah.
Okay. And at some point, did you have a conversation with Jimmy?
I did.
Okay. And tell me the gist of the conversation. Without telling us what he said, what did you tell him, if anything?
We were just talking at that point about his girlfriend and how happy he was with her. And he just was saying how he loves her and he's been so happy recently with her. That's really part of the conversation.
At some point after seeing what you saw when you first went out to see the car, as well as observing what you did when you went down Laurel Glen, did you think something bad was going to happen?
Yeah.
And what did you think was going to happen?
At this point, they've driven by multiple times and everyone was talking about it. So I figured that there was going to be an altercation maybe of some sort. I don't know, like not physically, but maybe verbally or something along the lines.
At some point, did Matt Lockovich come back into the basement area?
Yeah.
Did you at any point tell Matt Lockovich as well as Jimmy McGrath anything at that point?
Yeah, so then I started talking to both of them, and I was telling them that if an altercation were to happen, to just stay out of it, don't get involved. It's not your problem. And that's what Jimmy did, so.
Okay. And why did you find the need to tell them that?
I just know, it was mainly towards Matt. I know Jimmy wouldn't get involved. He wasn't that type of person. Matt I know if his friends were in an altercation, he wouldn't just stand there and let it happen.
Now, at some point, did you go back outside and see this Honda Pilot again?
Yeah.
And when and how did you come to see this Honda Pilot again?
So then everyone started going outside, and I went outside with them, and that's when I walked out and Lito and Tyler were on the yard fighting with everyone.
So I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as, well, explain to members of the jury, when you walked out, when you walked back out the Bilko doors?
Yeah.
When you walked back out the Bilko doors, what area of the yard did you go to? And I would,
The front yard.
okay, so I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as States 3. Is this a good representation of where you were standing when you came back outside?
Yeah, actually, basically where I was standing, yeah.
Okay. And if you can explain to members of the jury where in States 3 you were standing, and I can use the pen again if you just want to direct me to where, because I know if you point on your screen, the jurors can't see it. Could you see my pen?
Yeah.
You can direct me to go to the left or the right,
I'd go,
back?
yeah, back a little bit and honestly right there.
Okay. So let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is identifying with the state's assistance that she was standing to the bottom, pretty much middle section of States 3.
Okay, record will reflect. Thank you.
Now, Taylor, you said that when you came outside, you were standing in that area as indicated in States 3. You indicated you saw the pilot?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what did you see in conjunction with seeing the pilot?
It was just parked on the street, near the mailbox a little bit. Kind of like the mailbox would be where the car's in the center, if that makes sense. Like the mailbox would separate, half the car was in the front of it and half the car was back.
So showing you States 5, I know this is a daytime picture, but can you indicate in States 5 where you observed the Honda Pilot pull up?
It came from, it was it would be more in front of this picture a little bit, probably right by the basketball hoop.
Okay, so this area here?
Yeah.
No, you can't probably see. So, is that a little bit better?
Yeah, I would say right there.
Okay. So, Your Honor, let this record reflect that the witness is identifying that the pilot pulled up to the left-hand bottom side of States 5 towards the, a little bit off from the curve area of States 5.
Noted. Thank you.
So Taylor, when you saw the pilot as indicated in Stage 5 where it parked, what, if anything, did you see after it parked?
That's when Lito and Tyler DaSilva had gotten out of the car
And where did you observe them going when they got out of the vehicle?
onto the grass.
And at that point, did you have anything blocking your view? How was the lighting?
There was flashlights on. Again, the garage had the light on it. So I could see clearly. There wasn't a lot of people standing in front of me, so I did have a clear view, yes.
You had indicated you were familiar with both Tyler DaSilva and Lito, with the defendant. Do you recall what they were wearing that night?
They were both kind of wearing the same color. I'd say it was like a lighter blue, probably like the color of this, maybe a little lighter.
Were you able to clearly identify at that point with the lighting and where you were standing who was who?
Yeah.
Do you recall, if you can, where was the defendant standing and where was Tyler DaSilva standing? And I don't know if Stage 3, if you'd rather me use Stage 3, or if there's a different exhibit that you think would help you out here.
I would say Tyler DaSilva was up closer to the, like on the grass near the bush. And Lito was behind him farther towards the road more.
Okay, so you're indicating here that, say that again, please?
That Tyler DaSilva was up more, like towards the bush a little bit,
Okay.
on the grass, sorry. Maybe up a little more. Yeah, like right over there. And then Lito was behind him.
Behind him, so even further over here.
It's like a little dark. I can't really see if that's still.
Why don't you give her the exhibit and let her take a look at it over here? Perhaps she could point it out.
Would this exhibit help better, Stage 5?
Yeah. So they ran up onto the grass, and then Tyler DaSilva was closer to the red bush. Over the, like closer to that bush, and then Lito would be behind him, so closer to the road.
Okay, so more towards this area?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you came out and you observed Tyler DaSilva and the defendant, what did you observe them doing?
When I came out to the point, they were fighting at that point. They were in the fight at that point.
When you say they, who's they?
Tyler DaSilva and Lito were fighting the Shelton kids.
When you say the Shelton kids, can you recall from where you were standing, or were you able to observe from where you were standing, who from the Shelton kids, who from the house came out to fight?
A bunch of us were out there, kind of just standing there, like most of us were just watching. I believe Alex Bernstein was near Tyler DaSilva, and I'm not sure who Lito was fighting with at that point.
Is it fair to say that when you came out, well, with John, is it your testimony that when you came out, the fight was already in progress? Okay. So is it fair to say that you did not have any kind of firsthand knowledge about who threw the first punch or how the fight started? And explain as much as you can when the fight started, or when you came out and saw the fight, what was going on? What was the environment
It was just
like?
chaotic and a lot going on at that point. People just standing there, some of them fighting. Everyone was kind of just everywhere at that point.
Were all the Shelton kids fighting, or were some observing?
No, a majority were watching. I think only a couple kids were fighting at that time.
And who were you standing around when this fight was occurring?
I was next to Michaela Holton.
Michaela Holton? And who's Michaela Holton to you?
She's one of my friends. She's friends with my sister. They cheered together.
Was she dating anyone who was involved in this fight, or who was there?
Yeah, Andrew.
Andrew.
I don't know how to say his last name. Starts with an M.
Was he Mr. Letus?
Yeah.
Was he present there as well? And do you recall seeing Tyler DaSilva during this fight?
Yeah.
Do you recall seeing the defendant during this fight?
Yeah.
And at any time during the fight, did you hear anything about a knife?
Yes.
And if you could please explain to members of the jury what you heard at that point.
I heard Charlie Connery screaming, "He has a knife, he has a knife."
And are you familiar with Charlie Connery?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with his voice?
Yeah.
Were you able to tell it was him? And when you heard he has a knife, what was going through your head?
I was just like, oh my God, what's going on? Are you talking about he has a knife?
Did you know who he was referring to when you heard he has a knife?
Well, that's at the point where I saw, couple seconds after that is when the defendant was near. Sorry.
It's okay. Take a second.
The defendant was near Jimmy, and he was lunging towards him. And I just saw him go up to Jimmy. And Jimmy stays there for like 2 seconds. And I looked over and saw Tommy with, there was a flashlight pointing down on Tommy's leg. And he had blood all over his leg. And I looked back at Jimmy, and at that point his shorts were just all bloody. And I just stood there. I didn't know what to do.
Okay, Taylor. I know this is really difficult. I'm going to have to take you through it a little bit just so you can give some more detail about what you saw, okay? So you indicated that you heard Charlie Connery indicate he's got a knife, he's got a knife.
Yeah.
And at some point you indicated you had realized that some of the Shelton kids had gotten stabbed. Is that
Yeah.
right? And who did you become aware that got stabbed?
At first, it was Tommy that I was aware of.
Okay. Who else did you become aware that got stabbed?
At that point, I didn't know anyone else. I didn't see anyone else.
At some point during the night, did you learn that other people had gotten stabbed?
Yes.
Who were those individuals?
Ryan Hines, Faison Teal, Jimmy McGrath, and Tommy Connery.
And did you personally see Tommy, Ryan, or Faison get stabbed?
No.
May I approach the clerk, Your Honor? Taylor, who did you see first with injuries?
Tommy.
And then whose injuries did you see after that?
And I looked at Jimmy.
And you realized what happened to him? And then who did you see after that?
Then it was Faison.
And then at some point did you realize Ryan had been stabbed?
I don't think I saw Ryan at like the rest before that. I think I saw him once the ambulance got there, then I saw Ryan.
And do you recall observing who those individuals, other than Jimmy, were fighting with? Meaning, who was Tommy fighting with? Who was Faison fighting with? Who was Ryan fighting with? Were they fighting with the defendant, or were they fighting with Tyler DaSilva?
The defendant.
Defendant. And you personally observed that?
I just remember them being closer to the defendant.
And did you see Jimmy fighting with Tyler DaSilva at all?
Not at all.
And did you see Jimmy fighting with the defendant at any point?
Not at all.
Was Jimmy involved in the fight at all?
No.
What was he doing during the fight?
Standing there?
Standing there? Would you characterize as him just observing?
Yeah.
And at some point, did you see where the defendant went? So after you saw the fight break out, did you see the defendant go anywhere at that point?
So he went to the car. I remember him going to the car and coming back.
When you observed him going to the car, explain what you saw.
He got like shoved into the road and goes up to the Honda Pilot, comes back onto the grass, and that's...
I'm going to show you State 62. Does this look familiar to you? Is this what you recollect seeing the night that he went, that the defendant went back to the vehicle?
Yeah.
And how long would you say he was back at that vehicle for?
Not long. A couple seconds, maybe.
And after you saw the defendant at the vehicle, if you could explain what you saw him do next. And if you can take it as slow as possible and describe as much as you saw, it'd be very helpful.
So at that point is when he comes back onto the grass, and I don't know if he like slipped or turned. He spins to his, I want to say it was his left, and then he takes his arm and goes like up to Jimmy.
So Taylor, I'm going to have you stand up. Your Honor, if I just may have the witness demonstrate what she observed. Okay. So Taylor, if I'm Jimmy, okay, where were you in relation to where you saw Jimmy?
Probably a little farther back, but diagonal, just like this.
So if I move back a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay. And so where was the defendant positioned to where you saw Jimmy?
Like right there.
Okay. And if you can demonstrate, and Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness is pointing to her left-hand side towards members of the jury as to where the defendant was standing. She indicated that Jimmy McGrath was standing to the defendant's left-hand side and directly in front of her.
Record will reflect.
So if you can please just indicate, just show members of the jury what you observed the defendant do with his arms and the motion he used in doing what he did to James McGrath.
So with his right arm, I remember he turns and just like kind of goes like upwards towards Jimmy.
The record reflect, Your Honor, the witness is turning using her right hand and making an upward motion, indicating that the defendant was making an upward motion into Jimmy McGrath.
We will note that on the record, thank you.
So Taylor, when you saw the defendant come back from the vehicle and come back around, and as you said, turned around and made that motion up into Jimmy, did you see what he was holding in his hand?
I couldn't see exactly.
Can you describe or show us what he was doing with his hand? Was it open? Was it closed?
It was in a fist, and you could tell, obviously, that there was something in his hand.
And when he came back around to use whatever was in his fist to go into Jimmy, what was Jimmy doing at that point?
He kind of just like he was backing up, and like his hands kind of were up, and he just like is walking backwards a little bit. Takes like a step back.
When the defendant came back from the vehicle and came back around, did you observe him swinging the knife at random people, or did you observe him coming and making a beeline for Jimmy?
He came right for Jimmy.
Did he have purpose in going towards him?
It looked like it.
Did he say anything when he was lunging towards Jimmy?
Not that I remember.
And at that point, did you realize what he had just done?
Yeah.
And if you can indicate to the members of the jury what you observed Jimmy do next after you saw the defendant stab him.
He kind of just stood there for a second, and just like falls down onto the ground. And you can see he had those white shorts on. You could just see them all covered in blood.
And after you saw that, what, if anything, did you do?
I didn't know what to do. I literally froze. And then everyone kind of was looking around, seeing that everyone was at this point that Faison had actually come up to me. And I saw his arm, and it was just like a chunk of Faison, like his like fat tissue was coming out of his arm. And he was like, can you tie this? And I'm not good with blood, so I was like, Faison, I'm so sorry, like I really can't help you. And someone else ended up helping him, and then that's when I ended up calling my mom, and then I called my dad, and he ended up coming.
At any point before you saw Jimmy get stabbed, or as you saw Jimmy get stabbed, did you hear him say anything?
No, not that I remember Jimmy saying anything. No.
And who were you with what was drawn? Was anyone around you? Were you tending to anyone other than, like you indicated, Faison when this was happening?
No, just Faison.
Where was Michaela Holton at this point?
I think she walked backwards. At that point, I think I was standing by myself. I was so focused on what just happened, I really don't remember.
After you noticed what happened to Jimmy, after you saw Faison's injuries, when did you realize Tommy had also gotten stabbed?
There was a flashlight pointing down on Tommy's leg. So I guess it was, yeah, after that I saw Tommy, and everyone was kind of trying to tie like a tourniquet, I guess you could say, onto his leg with like shirts that the guys had on. Yeah.
After Jimmy was stabbed, after all the boys were stabbed, did you see where the defendant and Tyler DASILVA went?
Back into the Honda Pilot.
You saw that with your own eyes?
I remember I don't remember who exactly running back into the Honda Pilot though.
And what did you see the Honda Pilot do?
It drove down towards Adams Drive.
And at some point you indicated you had called your parents. Did at another point, at some point too, police arrive and EMS arrive?
Yeah.
Were you outside when this was happening?
Yeah.
And did your parents come to the scene as well?
My dad ended up coming with my sister.
And did you go home right away when your dad showed up?
I think we stood there for a good amount of time, and then I ended up going home.
Did you talk to the police that night?
No, I didn't.
At what point did you talk to the police, do you recall?
I want to believe it was that. I want to say the day, maybe not the day after, maybe that Monday. Yeah, maybe like 2 days after.
Was it once or more than once?
It was more than once.
And Taylor, at any time the night of May 14th of 2022, did you see Jimmy McGrath fighting with the defendant?
No.
At any time the night of that party, did you see Jimmy McGrath fighting with anyone?
No.
At any time that night, did you see Jimmy McGrath with a weapon?
No.
Did you see any of the Shelton kids with weapons?
No.
Taylor, you personally observed and witnessed a friend of yours get stabbed, fatally stabbed, and witnessed the stabbing of other friends of yours. How has this affected you mentally?
I've gone to therapy for it. There would be nights, even at school, at college, that I would have like nightmares of this, and I'd call my mom, like, hyperventilating, because it's just like and even after the event happened, it just replays in my head, and it's just hard to know that he wasn't even doing anything. And this happened. I've gotten really bad. I've always had anxiety, but I think it's increased definitely after this. It's a lot. And I've obviously, like I said, gone to therapy for it because I didn't know what else to do. It's traumatic.
You have a moment, Your Honor?
No, that's good. I don't know if she's gonna want to break for the day or what. You want to have a sidebar and see what she wants to do.
Can we have a sidebar? Further questions, Your Honor?
At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court is prepared to adjourn for the day. We'll finish the cross-examination and the remainder of this witness's testimony on Monday, hopefully. So I just want to remind you of your obligation to abide by your rules of fair conduct. You're going home for a long weekend. There is a lot of media coverage. Please do your best to avoid that media coverage. People that you are going home to will also be curious to know more of what's going on, possibly talk to you. Please remember that you're not allowed to speak to anyone regarding anything about these cases, including each other. Have a nice weekend, and we'll see you back here on Monday to continue with the evidence. Thank you. Court's adjourned.
All rise, court's adjourned.